President and the Senators of the Republic of the Philippines.
Si Majority Leader para siya magbigay ng prayer. Do we have 13 now? Are we 13? The 69th session of the Senate and the second regular session of the 19th Congress is hereby called to order. While we're missing the gentleman who's going to lead us in prayer, may I ask the Majority Floor Leader to lead us in prayer.
Let's put ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Heavenly Father, we come before you, humbling ourselves, knowing that apart from you, we are nobody, we are nothing. We ask for the forgiveness of our sins in words, in thoughts, and in deeds. Please allow us to do our responsibilities and calling as we serve our country and people. Allow us to enjoy this day in serving you and you alone. Help our brothers and sisters, our kababayans from Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao, even in all parts of the earth, our OFWs. Embrace them with your love, comfort them, always remind them that you are with them, and if you are with them, you can do all things through Christ who strengthens them. We love you, Lord Jesus, and help us in today's session. We give you praise, glory, and honor. Bless our country, the Philippines. Bless everyone represented here in this august chamber. And into your hands we commend everything as we carefully give back to you all the glory, all the honor, and praise. In Jesus' mighty name we pray. Everybody agree and say amen. Amen.
Amen. Please remain standing as the young voices of the Philippines will lead us into the singing of the Philippine national anthem, and after which they will sing a song entitled Pilipinas Kong Mahal.
Sa
Thank you very much. The Young Voices of the Philippines are international acclaimed Young Voices of the Philippines, the first choir from the Philippines to perform in historic Carnegie Hall in the Isaac Stern Auditorium. And it's led by no other than Dr. Maria Teresa Visconde Roldan and Professor Jude Roldan, who were awardees last week. We also awarded them in one of the resolutions that we approved last week. So congratulations, everyone. Thank you to the ladies and young men and women. Maraming salamat. Dear Majority Floor Leader, since we were supposed to have a meeting at 2 p.m. and we were waiting intently for all the colleagues to be there at 2 p.m., I'm constrained to call for the roll now so that we can suspend and have the meeting with Secretary Dec go, because the poor secretary has been waiting. Please proceed, Secretary, on the roll call.
Roll call of members. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino,
present.
Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 19 senators physically present, 1 senator virtually present, for a total of 20 senators present, the chair declares the presence of the quorum.
Thank you.
Join
Mr.
me.
President, before we suspend, may I just be allowed to acknowledge some guests from the galleries, guests of our Senate President Zubiri and the Senate, Rombel Saria Catolico, Chief Information Officer of the General Santos City LGU, Justin Kit Sarabosques of RTC Alabel, Sarangani Province, Ruben Sato Gochoco and Russell Luna Delvo of the City Public Information Office of the General Santos City, guests of the Senate, Zamboanga Peninsula Polytechnic State University, headed by Dean Jocelyn Remoto, guests of Senator Tolentino, Benny Boatwright III, and of course, our good friend, Mr. Richard Del Rosario and Erica D. of Samahang Basketball ng Pilipinas, which is being headed also by our dear colleague, Senator Sani Angara. We also have with us, guests of the Senate, political science students from the pamantasan ng lungsod ng Muntinlupa. We welcome all of them in this August chamber, Mr. President.
Yes, welcome to your Senate, ladies and gentlemen, especially to my friends from General Santos City, Rombel and his group.
Now may I ask for a minute suspension, Mr. President?
Yes, session suspended.
Thank you,
Before I
Mr.
suspend the session, I'd like to remind everyone that there's a briefing by the Economic Cluster Head, Secretary Go, in the lounge. Thank you. Session suspended for 1 minute. Senator Schum.
Mr.
Session
President,
Schum.
this juncture, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 7564. This is the bill amending RA number 10583 or the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College. Printed copies of the measure were electronically distributed to the members on March 21, 2024, in compliance with the three-day rule in the Constitution. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, the secretaries please proceed to read the title and the roll call vote.
An Act amending Republic Act number 10583, otherwise known as an Act converting the Mountain Province State Polytechnic College in the municipality of Bontoc, Mountain Province, into a state university to be known as the Mountain Province State University with campuses in the municipality of Tadian, Bauco, Paracelis, and Barlig, all located in Mountain Province and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Please include Senator Escuderos on my right side. Yeah. Yeah. With 17 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 7564 is approved on third reading. And just a reminder to the staff of Senator Revilla, we cannot count his vote as a yes unless he's online. So we need to remind the staff of Senator Revilla to please be online. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture, and with the consent of the body, I move that we proceed with the third reading of bills on the creation of courts. Printed copies of these measures were electronically distributed to the members of this August chamber on May 2, 2024, in compliance with the three-day rule. With that, Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6579. This is the bill on the creation of regional trial courts in Muntinlupa City. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. We ask Secretary to proceed with the reading of the title of the measure and the roll call vote.
An Act creating 3 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Muntinlupa. Appropriating funds, therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14D of BP 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes, with 17 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6579 is approved on third reading.
Thank you,
maybe
Mr.
before we
President.
proceed, I think Senator
Mr.
Estrada saw
President,
to Senator
we were
Revilla.
just informed that Senator Bong Revilla is trying very hard to get online, and I think that
we could wait to include him in the vote. There he is. He has to be on camera and give the thumbs up. Maski na thumbs up lang po. Thumbs up lang. Para makita na natin.
I think I'm not sure. Yeah, I think he's online, but we couldn't see him,
Yes,
Mr. President.
his monitor is online, but all we see is his insignia.
Mr. President, this juncture, I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 6580. This is the bill on the creation of regional trial courts in Silang, Cavite. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Will Secretary please read the title and proceed with the roll call vote?
An act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Silang, province of Cavite, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E of BP 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. With 17 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstention, House Bill number 6580 is approved on third reading. If the good gentleman from Cavite would like, we could suspend while we clear. We'll suspend session for 1 minute to allow Senator Revilla to participate in the voting. Session suspended. Please proceed, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr.
Can
President.
you hear me now, Mr. President?
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Yeah,
Thank you,
the
Mr.
minority
President.
leader is very cooperative and saying we should proceed, Mr. President. And so at this juncture, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6581. This is the bill on the creation of Metropolitan Trial Courts in Parañaque City. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to please proceed with the reading of the title of the measure and the roll call vote.
An act creating 3 additional branches of the Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 27 of BP 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla,
Senator Revilla. Senator Revilla.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
Yes. There is, yes.
I think Senator
With
Revilla is
Yes,
online, Mr. President.
I see him. With 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, and House Bill number 6581 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6585. This is the bill on the creation of regional trial courts in Diplahan, Zamboanga, Sibugay. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. The Secretary is hereby directed to read the title and proceed with the roll call vote.
An act creating 6 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Diplahan, province of Zamboanga, Sibugay, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14J of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva,
Yes.
Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6585 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6586. This is the bill on the creation of regional trial courts in your home province, Mr. President, Valencia City, Bukidnon. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection. We ask Secretary to read the title of the measure. Proceed with the roll call.
An act creating 3 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Valencia, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, 0 abstentions, House Bill number 6586 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, at this juncture, I move that we consider on third reading House Bill number 6587. This is the bill on the creation of regional trial courts in Tacloban City, Leyte. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, please, Secretary, please proceed with reading of the title and the roll call vote.
An act creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Tacloban, province of Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14I of Batas Mambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Organization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla,
Yes, yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, the abstentions, House Bill number 6587 is approved on third reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this juncture I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6588. This is the bill on the creation of regional trial courts in Los Baños and Cabuyao, Laguna, and municipal trial court in Cabuyao, Laguna. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to read the title of the measure, proceed to the roll call vote.
An act creating 12 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Los Baños and the city of Cabuyao, province of Laguna, and 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Cabuyao, province of Laguna, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E and Section 29 Batas Mambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla,
Yes.
Senator Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, the abstentions, House Bill number 6588 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move to consider on third reading House Bill number 6589. This is the bill on the creation of municipal trial courts in Davao City. So move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, we ask Secretary to proceed with the reading of the measure and the roll call vote.
An act creating 11 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Davao, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of BP 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call vote. The Honorable Senator Angara, Senator Binay, Senator Cayetano Alan, Senator Cayetano Pia, Senator De La Rosa, Senator Ejercito, Senator Escudero, Senator Estrada, Senator Gatchalian, Senator Go, Senator Ontiveros, Senator Lapid, Senator Legarda, Senator Marcos, Senator Padilla, Senator Pimentel, Senator Poe, Senator Revilla, Senator
Yes, yes.
Tolentino, Senator Tulfo, Senator Villanueva, Senator Villar Cynthia, Senator Villar Mark, the Senate President.
With 18 affirmative votes, 0 negative votes, the abstentions, House Bill number 6589 is approved on third reading.
Mr. President, I move that we recognize the gentleman from Tagaytay City, from Cavite Province, Senator Francis Tolentino, who is seeking the floor. So move, Mr. President.
Mr. President, in the interest of time, I will just submit to the Secretariat my manifestation of thanks for the approval of several measures concerning the establishment of RTCs on behalf of the various integrated bar of the Philippines chapters from Muntinlupa City, Silang Cavite, Parañaque City, Zamboanga Sibugay, Valencia City, Tacloban City, Los Baños, and Davao City. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Mr. President, Mr. President,
Yes, please proceed,
for-
Senator Revilla.
yes, just for clarification, may I please be informed on how my votes were counted for the first 3 local bills, Mr. President?
You
vote-
were
I
not
voted
counted.
yes.
No, unfortunately, Your Honor, you were not counted because you were not able to answer the affirmative vote during the vote being called. So we took you up already on the fourth
Oh.
measure. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we cannot stop the
Can we
process
do
of
something
counting.
about it, Mr. President? My vote be counted?
You can manifest that you support the measure, but it
Yes,
cannot
I
be
support the
counted.
measure, Mr. President.
Yes, we will put on record that you manifest your support of the measure. Unfortunately, your vote will not be able to be counted at that point in time. The vote is done.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's okay,
Thank you.
Mr. President.
Salamat.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of the body, Mr. President, two of our colleagues, Senator Risa Ontiveros and Senator Rafi Tulfo, would like to avail of the privileged hour. At this juncture, I move that we recognize our Deputy Minority Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, to deliver her privileged speech. So move,
Yes.
Mr. President.
Our distinguished Deputy Minority Floor Leader, Senator Risa Ontiveros, is recognized.
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. I rise today on a point of personal and collective privilege. Nitong nakaraang linggo lamang, inatake na naman ng China ang ating tropa masinlok sa West Philippine Sea nang napakalakas nilang high-pressure jet stream water cannon. One-minute suspension, Mr. President.
Session sus-
Salamat kaayo, Mr. President. Mr. President, I rise today on a point of personal and collective privilege. Nitong nakaraang linggo lamang, inatake na naman ng China ang ating tropa sa Bajo de Masinloc sa West Philippine Sea ng napakalakas nilang high-pressure jet stream water cannon. Dear colleagues, according to our Philippine Coast Guard, China used water cannons that could kill, deadly, nakamamatay. China fired at vessels of the Philippine Coast Guard and BFAR, fully intending to target and disable their navigation and communications equipment. The Department of Foreign Affairs is also currently investigating videos showing how a China Coast Guard vessel targeted the Philippine flag hoisted on the PCG ship BRP Bagakay. Just last month, China's Coast Guard, again through their potentially lethal water cannons, injured 4 of our Philippine Navy crew who were simply conducting their routine resupply missions to the BRP Sierra Madre on Ayungin Shoal. Mr. President, dear colleagues, the series of attacks only shows that the Chinese government appears committed to achieving, through the unlawful use of force, what it cannot achieve by international law. Handa nilang saktan ang ating kababayan. Handa nilang bastusin ang ating soberanya. Ilang beses na po natin na ipahayag ang ating galit sa paulit-ulit na pang-aabuso. Sa totoo lang, hindi ko na maintindihan ang mga Pilipinong pinipili pa ring maliitin ang sitwasyon. Mga Pilipinong nagbubulag-bulagan sa lantarang pang-aalipusta ng China. At higit pa dito, ang mas lalong hindi ko maintindihan, yung mga nakikipagkasundo sa Beijing, bakit di nananagot? Bakit walang parusa para sa kanila? Pati ba yan babaliwalain? Recently, the Chinese embassy in Manila alleged that under a Duterte administration gentleman's agreement, the Philippines agreed that our vessels and aircraft would refrain from coming closer than 12 nautical miles from Panatag or Scarborough Shoal, just over 120 nautical miles away from mainland Zambales and well within our exclusive economic zone. The Chinese embassy also alleges that the Duterte administration likewise entered into another gentleman's agreement to not repair or build structures at Ayungin Shoal. If true, these were also agreements that were kept secret and hidden away from the Filipino people. Mr. President, dear colleagues, kaya po natin inihain ang proposed Senate Resolution number 984 para imbestigahan itong di umanong gentleman's agreement sa pagitan ng Administrasyong Duterte at ng gobyerno ng China. I have done so because these are serious, potentially divisive allegations. These are serious because the first gentleman's agreement effectively diminishes our sovereignty by conceding a no-go zone for Philippine ships and aircraft inside our own EEZ, as well as the unlawful occupation of Panatag Shoal by a foreign power. The second risks our tenuous toehold in Ayungin. If we do not repair and reinforce the BRP Sierra Madre, it will fall to wind and wave, and with it, our control of Reed Bank, which may hold as much as 5.4 billion barrels of oil and 55.1 trillion cubic feet of natural gas. Why is it important that the Senate exercises oversight over this gentleman's agreement kahit na sa nakaraang administrasyon pa ito? Because it will have implications moving forward. Kakapasal lang natin ng Maritime Zones Law, which delineates our maritime domains. Could a past president surrender our right to fortify installations within these domains? These are questions that the legislature needs to understand and wrestle with. Nakasalalay po dito ang napakaraming likas-yamang iningatan at inalagaan ng ating mga ninuno para ipamana sa bawat henerasyon ng Pilipino. Papayagan ba natin na kunin lang ito? Papayagan ba natin na walang matira sa Pilipinas? Sabi ng iba, dapat hindi na ito pinag-uusapan dahil stratehiya lang ito ng China para mag-away-away tayong mga Pilipino. Defense Secretary Gilbert Teodoro Jr. stated that we might be falling into a trap set by China to divert attention from her unlawful activities in Philippine waters. Sure, considering how two-faced Beijing can be, baka nga gusto lang tayong watak-watakin ng China. Baka nga isa lang ito sa mga plano niya. Perhaps this is all just smoke and mirrors. And indeed, I would like to believe that a Philippine president, any Philippine president, would not be capable of selling our country out in such a manner. However, we have heard conflicting reports as to whether an agreement was reached. Iba-iba ang mga sinasabi. Ang gulo. Hindi na natin alam kung ano ang totoo. Last Saturday, the Chinese embassy also released another statement claiming that China has reached another agreement with no less than Philippine government agencies, namely the Armed Forces of the Philippines, the Department of National Defense, and the National Security Council, on a supposed new model of engagement over the entire South China Sea. NSC Assistant Director Jonathan Malaya has quashed this statement, stressing that this is yet another invention of the People's Republic of China. In this information warfare that China wields to her advantage, it becomes even more crucial that we get to the truth. If something has been concealed from the Filipino people, let us bring it to light. If the Chinese government is lying through its teeth, let us expose those lies. Mr. President, dear colleagues, the Chinese government claims the Philippines is being reckless, that it is our country that is inflaming the situation. If I may be blunt, those are nothing but lies and deception. In its desire to be perceived as a superpower and a regional hegemon, the Chinese government seems to have decided to walk a path of escalation and provocation, a strategy anchored on force and coercion. It is the Chinese government using unlawful force to deliberately damage our ships. It is the Chinese government conducting dangerous maneuvers and ramming our vessels. It is the Chinese government destroying fragile coral reef ecosystems through the actions of its maritime militia and the construction of artificial islands in the South China Sea. There are also reports of coral fragments being dumped in the sea between Pag-asa Island and Subi Reef with the apparent intent of creating an artificial low-tide elevation. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the work of the Chinese government as well. It is Chinese research vessels sneaking into our waters with their automatic identification systems turned off like thieves in the night. It is Chinese vessels intruding into maritime exercises between our country's navy and those of our allies in violation of a clear notice to mariners or NOTAM. There must be an end to all of this. There must be an end to and a reversal of the Chinese militarization of the entire South China Sea that is inflaming the arms race in the region, threatening security and peace on our side of the world. The South China Sea has to be demilitarized, and all bases on artificial islands dismantled. There must be an end to all the duplicity, the hypocrisy, the treachery. Sina ang nag-uumpisa ng lahat ng gulo? Maliwanag na ito sa atin. Maliwanag na ito sa buong mundo. Pero hindi ibig sabihin na wala ng pananagutan ang sino mang traidor na Pilipino. Yes, when it comes to the West Philippine Sea, when it comes to matters of national sovereignty, we must unite as one people. However, Mr. President, dear colleagues, we cannot have genuine unity without accountability. Our country would not be able to truly stand up to China if we ourselves cannot abide by basic virtues of integrity, honesty, and honor. Unlike China, which easily flexes her economic and military might to the fullest extent to pressure our neighbors to bend to her will, the Philippines does not. Hindi natin ginagawa dahil hindi tayo diktadura. Hindi natin ginagawa dahil nirerespeto natin ang soberanya ng bawat bansa. Hindi natin ginagawa dahil nananalig tayo sa diplomatikong paraan ng pag-iit ng ating karapatan sa ating karagatan. I remember Chinese Foreign Minister Yang Jiechi's infamous statement at the 2010 ASEAN Regional Forum. He said, China is a big country, and other countries are small countries. And that's just a fact. That's a fact, Mr. President. We are a small country. China is big. We cannot match her ship for ship, plane for plane, dollar for dollar, nor do we want to. Our best weapon is the truth, shining a light on the coercive tactics of the Chinese government in the West Philippine Sea, the oppression, harassment, and environmental destruction it has deliberately and violently employed as matters of policy. Let us get to the heart of what the Chinese government claims is a gentleman's agreement and get to the truth by exposing the lies. Ang katotohanan ang ating sandata. Ang katotohanan ang ating panangga sa kasinungalingan. Ang katotohanan ang magpapanalo ng ating laban. Salamat kaayo, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, distinguished colleague. Senator Tolentino is raising his hand. Would the lady senator agree to accept a few questions?
Yes, just two quick friendly questions, Mr. President. Mr. President, I totally agree with the sentiments just elucidated by the Honorable Risa Hontiveros. But, Mr. President, I may ask directly from Her Honor if it's about time that we go into further upgrading of our armed forces of the Philippines going into Horizon 4, Mr. President?
Mr. President, good gentleman from Cavite knows that this representation, together with His Honor, has long supported the Armed Forces of the Philippines modernization program. Also, the recently passed here in the Senate Self-Reliant Defense Posture Program bill, and highly values the strong support given by a capable armed forces and national defense establishment to the frontline political and diplomatic and legislative work we are doing to uphold our national interests in the West Philippine Sea. And His Honor himself has also struck a first blow in giving the force of domestic legislation to our historic victory at The Hague under the UNCLOS. Kaya't pinagmamalaki ko po, Mr. President, good gentleman mula sa Cavite, na tayo sa Senado ay hindi po nagkukulang sa suporta ng Sandatahang Lakas at Department of National Defense na bigyan ng buong suporta ang buong bayan natin sa ating karagatan, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. I promise the good majority leader that I'll be quick and we'll just have two questions. And my second question, probably, Mr. President, would have a historical footnote, never heard before, Mr. President, in the halls of, modesty aside, in the halls of this esteemed chamber. Mr. President, kaya po tayo kinakawawa ng China ay kulang ang ating kagamitan, lalong-lalo na sa karagatan, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, if any student here present would do a research, including our staff, Mr. President, ang talagang kulang sa atin ay submarino, Mr. President, submarines to upgrade our naval fleet, Mr. President. But my research would show that historically, we were there, Mr. President. We were there. Alam niyo po ba, Mr. President, and I would like to have this spread into the records, Mr. President, 1888, and before that, when the first naval submarine was launched, the person who developed that submarine by the name of Isaac Peral, Mr. President. Isaac Peral, Mr. President, was a resident of the Philippines. In fact, Mr. President, if we will search the records of the National Historical Institute, Yun pong kalye na UN Avenue sa Ermita. Alam po natin, United Nations Avenue sa Ermita, parallel to TM Calao. Ang pangalan po niya originally was Isaac Peral Avenue. Si Isaac Peral po ang nag-imbento ng submarine. Mr. President, tumira po siya sa Pilipinas. At siya po ay isang Espanyol na galing sa Cartagena, dinevelop po yung submarine. Malapit po siya sa puso ng Filipino naval authorities before. Ang kinamatay niya po, Mr. President, this is the historical footnote, nagpagupit sa isang barberya sa Maynila, nasugatan yung kanyang sintido, doon po na-develop ang isang sakit na hindi nagamot. He invented that submarine, the Peral submarine, which is still patrolling the seas of the world right now, being used by NATO forces, Mr. President. I would like to interject that historical footnote to show that the Philippines is indeed a home to advanced naval vessels. In fact, the inventor of the submarine stayed here as a lieutenant of the Spanish Navy, Mr. President, and he died here. He got sick here, Mr. President. So kaya
Did he die of tetanus?
I think, Mr. President, it was exacerbated by that barbershop cut. Ang pangalan po ng proyekto niya, Proyekto de Torpedoro Submarino, September 20, 1884, Mr. President. So, if we look at history, Mr. President, hindi naman, baka wala pang submarino no ng ang China. Ang ibig ko pong sabihin, it's about time, Mr. President, as concurred by the good Deputy Minority Leader, it's about time that we upgrade our fleet, especially the Philippine Navy. And I associate myself with the sentiments just elucidated by the Honorable Risa Hontiveros. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po. Daghang salamat, Mr. President, at maraming salamat sa good gentleman from Cavite, not only for the very interesting historical note, pero napaalalahanan din nila ako na lumabas yung balita recently that for the first time, ang malaking bahagi ng proposed budget ng Armed Forces of the Philippines ay ipinapanukala para sa Philippine Navy. So all these together, I think we continue to wait, Mr. President, on inputs from AFP and DND, kung din i-consider nila yung binanggit po ng good gentleman na posibilidad ng isang Horizon 4. Salamat kayo, Mr. President.
Thank you. I believe Senator Estrada also wishes to ask a few questions.
Thank you, Mr. President. Only one question if the gentlelady would want to yield.
Yes, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, as your chair of the Committee on National Defense, I have been a witness to all these illegal incursions, the bullying of the Chinese government against us. And we have filed several diplomatic protests, note verbal, to no avail. I think we have filed already hundreds or thousands of diplomatic protests against China. And can you please advise this representation on how can we solve this problem? We can, according to your privileged speech, we cannot fight China because China is mightier than the Philippines. We cannot match them ship by ship, dollar by dollar, dollar to dollar. We cannot match a much mightier, bigger country than ours. Can you please educate this representation on how we can really solve the problem to tell China to stop bullying us? Are we going to rely on our allies? Are we sure that our allies like the United States, like Japan, like Australia, like New Zealand, are we sure that they are going to help us in case we are going to enter into a war against China? I hope not.
Mr. President, good gentleman mula sa San Juan, kaisa po ako dun sa pag-asa na walang gera na magsisimula dito sa bahagi ng ating mundo. o bahagi ng ating karagatan. Hindi lang dahil masyadong unbalanced yung mga puwersa kung tayo lamang at China, pero dahil sa panahon ngayon, hindi lang dahil napaka maunlad na ng mga teknolohiya sa pagigera, pero meron pang information warfare at iba pa. Walang mananalo sa ganyang klaseng gera. Lahat, to a certain degree, ay may pagkatalo. Pero, so paano natin matatapatan ang China tulad ng ating intensyon? I would not concede na yung daan-daan o yung libo-libong mga diplomatic protests natin ay walang saysay. Napakahalaga pa rin na tapat yung Department of Foreign Affairs, file ng diplomatic protest tuwing may insidente. Tinatawag yung Chinese ambassador to the Philippines para pagsabihan o para pagpaliwanagin sa gobyerno natin. Those hundreds or thousands of diplomatic protests make of record, tulad lamang natin dito sa Senado, put in black and white that our government, through the DFA, does not accept and condemns those actions. Speaking of our allies, mabuti na lampas na tayo dun sa, hindi tayo patrap sa argumento na, Pilipinas, pumili ka lamang sa isa. Bumalik ka sa dati mong pangunahing kaalyado, Estados Unidos, o dun ka na lang sumama sa recent na best friend na China. Hindi. Tingin ko po, Mr. President, Ginoo mula sa San Juan, as I've always said, a bigger coalition is a better coalition. So yung dumadaming bilang ng mga bansa, hindi lang Estados Unidos, andyan din ang Australia, New Zealand, may 3 o 4 na bansa sa loob ng ASEAN, may 6 o 7 bansa sa European Union, nandyan yung G7, nandyan yung India at iba pa. Lahat silang nagsabing kakampi sila sa atin, lalo na dahil sa pagkapanalo natin sa Hague Tribunal. Dahil sabi nila, ina-uphold din nila ang UNCLOS. Dahil sabi nila, interest din nila yung freedom of navigation, yung rules-based conflict resolution sa buong South China Sea. Ituloy natin at i-enhance pa yung sinimulan na ng iilan kasama ng ating Navy. Joint naval and maritime exercises, joint air exercises. Itong tuloy-tuloy, talagang namimiyasa ang China, atake ng atake sa mga Coast Guard at other vessels natin gamit yung nakamamatay na water cannon. Pag-usapan siguro ng ating Navy at mga navies ng ibang mga bansang iyon, ano yung pwede pang gawin ng sama-sama bukod sa joint naval exercises para manatiling ligtas yung ating mga vessels, patuloy tayong may access sa sarili nating mga features sa West Philippine Sea, ma-resupply natin yung ating mga mangingisda at yung ating mga tropa doon na hindi hinaharas at dinadahas ng China. Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo, sa inyong mga kasagutan. Paano po tayo makakasiguro na yung mga nabanggit nyo pong bansa na kaalyado po natin ay makakatulong po sa atin? Baka naman pagdating ng panahon, hanggang salita na lang po sila at hindi po sila makatulong sa atin. Hindi ba po pwede na pakiusapan natin yung Coast Guard ng Estados Unidos, Coast Guard ng New Zealand, Coast Guard ng India, ng Australia, na pumunta rito at bombahin din nila yung barko ng China. Kasi yung palagay ko, yung barko ng Coast Guard ng Pilipinas, baka wala silang water cannon, hindi natin alam kung ano kapasidad doon, baka mahina rin ang pressure doon. Di ba natin pwede pakiusapan yung mga ibang bansa na mas modernize yung kanilang barko ng Coast Guard? Pwede ba natin silang pakiusapan na sila na gumante para sa atin?
Ayoko pong tumawid, Mr. President, Ginoo mula sa San Juan sa usaping gantihan. Dahil wala na pong katapusan iyan kung tutuusin. Magiging cyclical, baka maging intergenerational pa. At actually, lumabas na rin po sa balita kamakailan, kahit si Presidente, sinabi nila na hindi natin iwa-water cannon ang China bilang ganti o bilang sagot. Mas gusto ko pang tawagin ng gobyerno natin ang mga kaalyado natin na samahan tayo sa mga joint naval at iba pang exercises sa ating karagatan of a defensive and preemptive nature, na malakas ang dating, pero hindi tayo yung nag-oopensiba sa China. Pero para i-deny siya na gawin yung ganyang mga offensive actions sa ating mga vessels, ating mga mangingisda at ating mga tropa. And tama din po, Mr. President, ang ginoo mula sa San Juan. Over time, nagbabago-bago rin ang interes ng iba't ibang mga bansa. Yung mga kaalyado nga natin ngayon, noon, kalabang mortal natin, panahon ng mga naunang kasaysayan. Pero sa panahon ngayon, na napaka-eloquent ng pagkasabi nitong iba't ibang mga bansa at dumadami sila dahan-dahan. Hindi na babawasan, hindi tayo nalalagasan ng kaalyado sa usaping ito. I-maximize po natin, i-optimize po natin iyan para ma-secure talaga yung ating soberanya at possession sa mga bahaging atin sa West Philippine Sea, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat po, Ginoong Pangulo. Kaya ko lang naman po naitanong yun dahil ako'y nababahala at napipiko na rin sa mga pinagagawa nito mga inchik na ito dahil biro mo, yung kanilang water cannon, nakakamatay pala. Kung may mga namatay na mga Pilipino ron, anong gagawin natin? Sorry na lang. Hindi naman pwede yun. Kung ang buhay na nawala, talagang nakakabahala, no? At yun lang po, Ginoong Pangulo, at maraming salamat sa inyong kasagutan.
Maraming
At,
salamat. Daghang salamat, Mr. President.
With the
Maraming
permission
salamat.
of Senator Risa, may I just also ask a few clarificatory questions?
Of course, Mr.
With the
President.
permission of the Majority Leader. Yung nga, tama sinabi ni Senator Estrada, parang nakakabahala na. Tuwing lumalabas po ang ating mga Coast Guard vessels and mga BFAR vessels, binabanatan tayo ng water cannon araw-araw. Parang ano bang hakbang na magagawa natin para maitigil na po yan? Parang nakikita ko, paulit-ulit na lang tayong inaapi at binubuli dito sa West Philippine Sea. Alam naman natin, lugar po natin yan. Ano sa tingin mo ang ma-advise mo sa ating administrasyon para sa ganyan ay di naman ganti, pero makapaghanda tayo sa ano bang klaseng action. Kasi sawang-sawa na rin po tayo sa protest. Protest tayo ng protest, 164 diplomatic protests have already been filed with this new administration. What else can we do? Dahil nagulat nga ako, binanggit ng Pangulo, ayaw din niya po i-water cannon yung China. Paano yun? Mabubugbog lang tayo araw-araw dun sa West Philippine Sea? Wala na ba tayong magagawa?
Hindi ko naman siguro papayuhan si Presidente, Mr. President, dahil baka hindi naman sila matuwa sa akin. Pero, naobserbahan ko lamang po, may mga panahon na kahit nagsha-shadow pa rin yung mga Chinong vessel na yan, sa mga vessels natin, medyo lumayo sila at arm's length sila. At yun yung mga panahon na may kasama pa tayong ibang vessels ng ibang mga kaalyado natin. So, kung pagbabatayan natin yung mga actions natin moving forward on observation sa karanasan natin in the recent period, baka yun yung isang epektibong paraan. Hindi man gumanti sa kanya tulad ng ginagawa niya sa atin, pero pigilin siya, biguin siya sa gusto niyang gawin na sirain yung mga communications at navigation equipment sa ating mga vessels, na anihin yung mga bahura natin para itayo yung kanyang artificial islands, o na angkinin yung mga features sa West Philippine Sea para yung mga nakabaong likas yamang enerhiya dyan ay pwede rin niyang nakawin. At yun yung isang nakikita kong konkretong pamamaraan. Ituloy pa rin natin yung ating mga resupply missions, ituloy pa rin natin yung ating pagpapatrolya dahil yan ay ating karapatan at tungkulin bilang isang bansa. Pero imbitahin din natin yung vessels ng ibang mga kaalyado natin na samahan tayo. Tingnan na lang natin kung susubukan pa rin ng China manggulo sa ganyang mga sitwasyon.
Actually, sumasang-ayon po ako dyan. Yan ang suggestion din ni Senator Estrada baka naman Coast Guard ng US or US Coast Guard together with the Japanese Coast Guard can do a joint sail with us in this particular situation.
Ganda po
Kasi,
yun, Mr. President.
You know, and I just like to put on record to my dear colleagues is maybe I was misunderstood. I was interviewed over the weekend about this issue. Ang sinabi ko lang, nahihinayan po ako dahil kung tayo ay bumanat po sa China, sinasabi daw nila ay tayo ay anti-Duterte. Pag tayo naman ay sumasang-ayon sa China, tayo daw ay pro-Duterte. We shouldn't put politics in this particular issue dahil soberenyo po ang pinag-uusapan natin. We are talking about sovereignty. Dapat magkaisa tayo mga Pilipino pagdating sa soberenya ng West Philippine Sea. Yan sana ang gusto natin iparating. Kasi ang sabi ko nga, pag kayo ay, kung tayo ay sumuporta sa ganitong hearing, tayo ay anti-Duterte. No, we support the hearing because we support the sovereignty of our republic. It has nothing to do if you're anti-Duterte, pro-Duterte. I want to put that on record kasi minsan tinitwist ng media. Sabihin, we reject the hearings on the West Philippine Sea because it's pamumulitika. Hindi po. Ang nagagalit lang po ako dahil ginagamit nila yung political angle dito sa napaka-klarong issue which is the sovereignty of the West Philippine Sea, which is 100% Philippine-owned, and we are protecting it. Kaya, I already spoke as well to the majority floor leader, and we both agree that after this hearing, after your speech, we shall refer to the proper committee. We'll wait for the majority leader to make the proper motion to discuss this particular issue. Ang ayaw ko lang po ay katulad niyan. May nagtataas na kamay ating kapatid si Senator Bato de la Rosa. Sabi nila, pagka hearing dyan kay Senator Bato de la Rosa, anti-Marcos ka. Dito naman, kung dito ka naman pupunta sa hearing ni Senator Risa, anti-Duterte ka. Hindi po, mga kababayan na nakikinig po sa atin na yun. Number one, the Senate, as an independent institution, respects the committee system to be able to independently investigate certain issues, regardless of political color. Yan ay napakalaga. And as your Senate President, I told you I will support you 100%. Doon tayo sa gitna, patas po tayo. So, para malaman lang ng media na nung sinabi ko po yun, marami nang haka-haka na lumabas. Ang sinasabi ko lang, nahihinayan po ako dahil nawawala po yung issue dahil sa pumulitika laban sa isang dating presidente at laban na yun sa existing or current president. We should take out that political color, look at the issues at hand and how we can strengthen, number one, the independence of this institution, and number two, be able to come out with legislation to support the particular issues na hindi na po ito mangyari muli. So thank you, Madam Senator, and I
Salamat
hope
kayo, Mr.
malinawan lahat sa ating mga sinabi. I'm Minority
Mr.
Floor Leader.
President, thank you. So it's becoming clear now that after the privilege speech, we will be taking out of the Rules Committee the resolution filed by
Yes.
Honorable Senator Risa Ontiveros, and we will be referring it to the proper committee so that the subject matter of the resolution, I think, is basically or overlaps the subject matter of the privilege speech as far as the so-called gentleman's agreement is concerned, para ma-hearing na po nga yan ng proper committee. Kasi nakikita natin tignan mo yung danger ngayon. Pwede nga, sabi ni Senator Risa, pwede tayong pinag-aaway-away lang. So makita na natin ano ba ang palisiya ng gobyerno, i-encourage ba yan? O i-discourage ba yan? Yung pagpapasok ng mga unrecorded, informal, and unwritten agreements. So we're looking forward to the hearing, Mr. President. para meron tayong stand siguro as a body.
And in the interview lang, Minority Leader, just to add to the records of the Senate, in that interview that I was asked last Saturday, I said it is with the Committee on Rules at the moment.
Yes,
The
tama.
chairman of the Committee on Rules will make the decision on Monday, sabi ko.
Right. So, yun.
Oh, so there was no plan to delay this particular issue. Now, sabi ko nga, by Monday, mare-refer na yan. Pero kung tatanungin niyo ako personally, and I said this in the interview, kung personally tatanungin niyo ako, naging majority leader ako ng 3 beses, ire-refer ko yan sa Committee on Foreign Relations. Because any gentleman agreement between 2 state parties, it really is a foreign relations committee jurisdiction. So, pati ako sinabi ko yun eh. Ire-refer ko, kung sa aking pananaw, dati akong majority leader, papunta yan sa Committee on Foreign Relations.
Yes.
Pero there is no, in any way, no, there's no such thing or any such thing as we were going to delay this particular hearing. Tama lang kasi, nung Wednesday, we ran out of time and the majority leader wanted to study it further because there were other committees that wanted to hear it together. In other words, he was just trying to find the right referral to this particular topic, which today, I believe,
We will do.
We will do.
Yes. There is no such claim or criticism coming from your colleagues.
Yeah, no,
Mr.
it was
President.
media po.
Just klaro.
It was
klaruhin
media,
lang po natin yung
our friends in the
there
media
is
kasi.
no talk about.
And
Ngayon,
social media, binabanatan ako sa social media
okay.
na bakit mo dinidelay? Ikaw ba pro ganito? Ganyan, anti-ganito ka ba?
Klaruhin natin.
Oo.
For the record, wala po, hindi po yung dinelay at wala pong charge or kritisismo na dinedelay. Galing po sa mga kasama mo sa Senado. Ngayon,
Yes, thank you for that.
just a manifestation, Mr. President, on the manifestation of our colleague, si Senator Tolentino, on submarines. I know that making submarines a part of our parang military hardware has gained a lot of support from members of this chamber. Ako lang po ay nagtatanong lang na why should we go to submarines when we still lack surface vessels? I mean, back to basics muna po tayo. Kita nyo na lang sa litrato kanina nung pinakita ng ating speaker. 2 Gulayat na Chinese Coast Guard ships, isang David na Philippine ships. Siyempre, mismatch sa mismatch. Pero, kunyari, 5 David Coast Guard ships versus 1 Gulayat Coast Guard ship. Baka, posible pa. So, if we can prioritize surface vessels, Mr. President, rather than submarines, million din po ang costing, ang cost po nito.
Billions po, billions.
Billions.
No,
And
I
then-
agree with you,
Yes.
Your Honor, I agree
And
with
then,
agree with
ayaw ng presidente ng i-equip ang ating Coast Guard ships ng water cannons. Water cannon, no?
Oo.
Pero kabibili lang natin ng missiles. BrahMos missiles. Kinonvert ko yung halaga ng dollars sa pesos. 18 billion pesos po yun. As if naman matitira mo yung isa nun. I mean, Mr. President, we lack surface vessels. Back to basics muna sana tayo. Surface vessels, 18 billion pesos worth of surface vessels po sana yun.
Yes, I agree with you.
I mean,
In our budget today, Your Honor, Minority Floor Leader, thanks to Senator Sani Angara, we were able to fund 2 ships of the Coast Guard na malalaki. We added 2.5 billion. Yes. Pwede natin lagyan ng water cannon. Ang gagamitin nila yung mga septic tank dito. Ilagay doon.
Yes,
Para yan ang gamitin. Para hindi talaga lalapit yung China sa atin kasi mabaho yung tubig na yung
Basta,
water
Mr.
cannon.
President,
natin sa
sana ganun. Ano? Kaso, since we also try to influence the details of this Horizon 3, Horizon 4, although pagkalam ko, nasa Horizon 2 pa yata, hindi pa rin fulfilled yun eh. Let's be more realistic. Let's address basics first, Mr. President. No?
I agree with
Sir, support the Navy, no problem. But, sir, I think support the Coast Guard, but surface vessels po tayo.
I agree.
Double purpose pa. In times of calamities, magagamit pa paghatid po ng relief goods, Mr. President.
No, I totally
Thank
agree
you.
with you.
Thank you,
Minority
Mr.
Leader. Thank you.
Mr. President, just one last point regarding the matter. The importance really, Mr. President, of submarines would lie in the ability of submarines to have undetected reconnaissance, surveillance, and strategic deterrence, Mr. President. Hindi alam ng China, because of the archipelagic nature of our waters, Mr. President. Ngayon po, as I speak, as we engage in a national security conversation here, Mr. President, we don't know. We are not aware if there are Chinese submarines loitering in our seas, not just in the exclusive economic zone, but even in our territorial waters, Mr. President. Nasa ilalim po yun, hindi nakikita, Mr. President. From Cebu to Strait to the Basi Channel, Mr. President, wala tayong nakikita. Iba na po yung meron din tayong, the submarines, they resurface every 80 days. If they resurface, Mr. President, that's a normal ship, Mr. President. I think, Mr. President, there will be discussions concerning this relative to available resources, but peso por peso, Mr. President, lahat po, ang Malaysia meron na, ang Indonesia meron na, ang Cambodia meron na, Mr. President. Tayo na mas may pinakamalaking karagatan, ang wala, kaya ko lang po nabanggit yung kanina, yung nag-imbento pala ng Peral submarine, si Isaac Peral, ay dito tumira sa Pilipinas at dito nasugatan sa isang barberya sa Maynila at nagkaroon ng brain tumor bago po namatay. Nasugatan siya. Kaya nabanggit ko lang yung kanina to highlight the importance of the same, Mr. President.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you for that information. Hindi ko pala alam that the designer of the submarine was living in the Philippines. Yes, Senator Bato de la Rosa.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just would like to further debunk the wrong notion that you have just earlier cited, Mr. President, that is being propagated by some quarters. For the record, I am pro-Duterte, but I am anti-China as far as Chinese bullying in the West Philippine Sea. So, mabuti niyo klaro tayo, Mr. President.
Very good. Very good.
I am a good friend of the President, former President Duterte. In fact, I cannot become a senator without his help. I am indebted to him, yung pagiging senador ko. Pero when it comes to Chinese bullying in the West Philippine Sea, my heart and soul is anti-China, Mr. President. And Mr. President, napag-usapan na lang naman natin yung ating AP modernization. I have been sponsoring the defense and the AP and the DND budget for how many years already? Can we not use our power of the purse to improve the defense spending to GDP ratio? Dahil talagang kawawa tayo, Mr. President. Our military spending, defense spending to GDP ratio right now is at the average of 1%. As compared to other countries, na pinakamababa sa kanila ay 2.5% to 3%. Ang problema natin kasi, kapag taasan natin yung ating defense spending, sigurado tayo, meron mag-uupos dyan na yung mga military hardware na yan, hindi yan makakain ng ating mga kababayang naghihikahos, naghihirap. So sigurado ako, mahihirapan tayo yan. Pero I am just suggesting, as a body, we have to exercise our power of the purse to improve this ratio. From 1% maybe, baka pwede natin ma-increase kahit kunti man lang, just to approximate. Our neighboring countries spend 2.5 to 3% of their GDP sa kanilang military spending. So that's just a suggestion, Mr. President.
Thank you very much, Senator Bato de la Rosa. I see the chairman of the Committee on Finance is intently listening to your suggestions. But yes, Senator Angara, maybe you can share to us that we added how much to the budget.
I think the Senate President is well aware that we increased
Yes.
the spending last year by easily around 8 to 10 billion,
Yes.
which is an unprecedented
Yes.
rise. If you look at the last 2 decades, I think that's the biggest increase in the AFP budget, if I'm not mistaken. And
That's correct.
at your initiation.
That's correct.
At your initiation, Mr. President.
First time. in the history of this body. We gave 10 billion, Your Honor, to the AFP in the tune of several surface-to-air missiles, surface-to-surface missiles, anti-cybercrime, hacking yung cybercrime division ng AFP, also additional equipment, marami. Marami po, I'm not at liberty to share at this point in time.
Maybe, Mr. President, after your efforts, hindi na siguro 1%, baka mga 1.2, 1.3% na yung ating ratio. Thank you, Mr. President, for that
Thank you po.
effort. Thank
At
you.
hindi kasama dun yung Coast Guard pa. Nagbigay din tayo sa Coast Guard. Apo. Yes, Senator Hercito.
Yes, Mr. President, if I may just add also to the discussion. Now, because of these circumstances that we are in right now, because of the tension in the West Philippine Sea, we have already shifted our focus to external defense. And as mentioned earlier by Senator Tiveros, we are not here to match China in its military might. Clearly, we cannot. No? We are man-for-man equipment, we cannot. But we really have to strengthen our we have to focus and try to have that minimum credible defense posture, and likewise strengthen our external defense. Yung pong submarine, that's a long-term plan, but I would like to add also that the multiplier effect of having submarines is enormous, no? Kasi po, pag may submarine ka, gaya na nabanggit ni Senator Tolentino, hindi na even one armada of the People's Liberation Army of China, pag may isang submarine o dalawa, matatakot yon. That will serve as a deterrent. Likewise, yung po mga external defense, yung surface-to-air missiles, that is also intended as a deterrent. Hindi po para gamitin. Mas magandang hindi gamitin, but it's good to have it, no, as a deterrent. Para alam po nila na meron po tayo. So I'm just happy also that when I'm back in the Senate, that ever since you took over, Mr. President, because of your focus on strengthening our defense, yung HGAB budget po, no, pagdating sa atin, halos kalahati ang AFP modernization. It's the Senate who has restored and even augmented this budget the past 2 years. That's all, Mr. President.
Thank you very much for that information, Senator JV. My fellow patriots. So maraming salamat, Senator Risa Ontiveros.
Maraming salamat, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we do the referral, Mr. President, may I just place into the records that during the break, this representation had a lengthy discussion with the Department of Foreign Affairs officials, and we were given some data, and this was last April 22, Mr. President, about 2 weeks ago. And so to date, the Philippines have filed 148 diplomatic protests. 148 diplomatic protests during President Bongbong Marcos administration. Itong administrasyon lang po, Mr. President, yung 148 diplomatic protests. There are about 22 countries now, Mr. President, 22 countries that have issued statements of support to the Philippines. And again, we appreciate their support. But at this point in time, and in relation to the speech of the gentle lady from Akbayan, we will be categorical about this. We condemn in the strongest sense the water cannon attacks deployed by the China Coast Guard against our Philippine vessels at the Scarborough Shoal, including the recent actions that damaged the Philippine Coast Guard's BRP Bagakay and the Bureau of Fisheries and Aquatic Resources, BRP Datu Bangkaw. Ginoong Pangulo, nakatatak na po sa kasaysayan ang ating karapatang soberenya sa Scarborough Shoal. Nakilala rin natin bilang Baho de Masinloc o Panatag Shoal. Ito naman ay panakot, and I quote, panakot, P-A-N-C-O-T, sa 1734 Pedro Murillo Velarde map, ang opisyal ng mapa ng gobyerno ng Espanya ng mga teritoryo nito sa Las Islas Filipinas. Isa po ito sa 270, Ginoong Pangulo, 270 na mga mapang pinresenta sa Permanent Court of Arbitration sa Hague, Netherlands. Muli, Ginoong Pangulo, ang Scarborough Shoal ay nakapaloob sa ating exclusive economic zone. Sa ating mapa, ang Scarborough Shoal mula sa Zambales Coast at Ayungin Shoal ay parte ng 200 nautical miles na nagmumula sa ating mga baselines. Muli, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, let it be placed on record that this is not disputed. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Pangulo, and with that, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Risa Hontiveros to the Committee on Foreign Relations. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no objection to the motion, motion is approved.
Mr. President, considering that this was also raised a while ago, and with the consent of the body, may I now move to transfer the committee referral of proposed Senate Resolution number 982, the resolution directing the appropriate Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation regarding claim of a gentleman's agreement from the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Foreign Relations. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved.
Thank you, Mr. President. But again, let me state for the record and just a short manifestation that this representation believe that in all of this, Mr. President, China is behind all of this propaganda na pag-away-awayin po tayong lahat. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, next to avail of the privilege hour is the distinguished gentleman from the great province of Isabela and Davao region, Senator Raffy Tulfo. I move that he be recognized, Mr. President.
Our distinguished colleague, Senator Raffy Tulfo, is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues. Simple lang po ang aking katanungan sa inyong lahat. Kayo ho ba ay naahas na? Napalingon ho kayong lahat, ano? Good question. I ask this question not figuratively but literally. Malamang po marami sa atin dito ay wala pang karanasan sa ahas. Marami kasi tayo ay nasa siyudad, kaya mga kwentong ahas ay nakakala natin ay ang pampelikula lang. Pero sa nakararami nating mga kababayan, ito'y tunay na kinakatakutan, tunay na kumikitil ng buhay. If I may, Mr. President, let me shed light to what is happening to our people. Last month, I visited Isabela. There, I was able to talk to some of our farmers, and one of them told me a very sad story. Isa sa mga kasama nila ay nakagat ng isang Philippine cobra sa talampakan nung siya'y naghahabol ng daga sa kanilang bukid. Agad-agad nila sinugod sa ospital ang magsasaka. Pero doon walang nagawang mga doktor, kundi paupuin na lang sa emergency room ang biktima. At dahil walang anti-venom sa naturang ospital, hinintay na lang nilang pumanaw ang kanilang kasamahan. Isang malakas na magsasaka sa isang iglap, nabawian ng buhay. Nadala naman po siya sa ospital pero walang magawang ospital para sagipin ang buhay niya. Sabi nila sa akin, pangkaraniwan daw nangyari ito sa Isabela. Kahit nag-iingat naman sila at nagsusuot ng bota, may mga pagkakataon talagang hindi mo inaasahan na ikaw ay matutuklaw. Nakakatakot lalo na kung may mga bata din na naglalaro sa pangapaligid ng bukid at na mga masusukal na lugar. Noong Pebrero naman, isang 3 taong gulang na bata ang namatay sa Katarman, Northern Samar dahil sa nakagat siya ng isang cobra sa kanilang banyo. Dahil sa takot ng mga tao sa lugar, ang ahas ay pinatay. Sa Toledo City, Cebu, 2 king cobra din ang pinatay ng mga residente sa takot din nila na matuklaw sila at ang kanilang mga pamilya. Actually, isa sa aking mga staff na taga Magdalena, Laguna, ay nakita din ng king cobra at Philippine cobra sa kanilang lugar. Pero dahil nga bawal patayin ang mga ito, ayon sa DNR, kumuha sila ng cobra expert para ma-extract ang mga nasabing ahas at hindi makasakit. Talamak po talaga ang insidente ng kagat ng ahas. In a study of the National Center for Biotechnology or Technology Information on Health and Economic Impact of Snake Bites in ASEAN countries published in 2022, there are about 13,377 snake bite victims per year in the Philippines, with 550 resulting in death, while others are amputated.
But how accurate is this survey? This study is conducted by a foreign organization. Wala tayong local study or survey na ginagawa mismo ng ating mga health agencies. But with the numbers we have, this is an urgent matter. I immediately filed a resolution for the Committee on Health last April 16 to look into this concern. And I posted this matter on social media to alert the authorities and also to make people aware of the need to be careful about snake bites. Kasi nga po, wala namang agarang lunas sa lahat ng lugar dito sa Pilipinas. The post earned hundreds of comments, mostly confirming that there is a legitimate concern that must be addressed. One resident of Ifugao said sunod-sunod ang namamatay sa kagat ng cobra sa kanilang lugar. Another said that they have families and friends who have succumbed to snake bites due to the lack of immediate administration of anti-venom. Ralph Vincent Valdivieso, coordinator of the National Immunization Program of the Department of Health, said the purified cobra anti-venom, or PCAV, can only be acquired from the Research Institute for Tropical Medicine, or RITM, which is in Muntinlupa City in Metro Manila. Mr. President, recently, I know someone was waiting for his turn in RITM when suddenly a convoy of police motorbikes and ambulance arrived. Alam niyo po kung ano yon? Isang snake bite victim na nilakbay pa mula sa Lucena papuntang RITM sa Muntinlupa. Maswerte po yung biktima na yon dahil nabuhay siya. Madami pong hindi kasing swerte sa availability at resources ng kanilang LGU. Usually pong snake bite ay nakakamatay in 30 minutes from being bitten. Depende sa kamandag at sa dami ng venom na pumasok sa katawan. Mr. President, RITM is the one that supplies the anti-venom. It depends on the hospital if they will purchase. If they purchase and there's no snake bite incident, then it is a loss for the hospital. Ito po ang report na galing sa isang health forum sa Cebu kung bakit hindi available ang anti-venom sa mga ospital. That is why we have to know the demand for anti-venom so that we can maximize the limited supply of anti-venom in our country. This is a public health concern that we must address. It is very elitist that this matter is not given importance just because we in the metropolitan do not feel the burden of snake bites. Pero ito po'y dama sa mga rural areas, sa mga magsasaka, sa mga nakatira malapit sa mga sapa at ilog, at sa mga nakatira malapit sa gubat at masusukal na lugar. Ang kinainis lang po natin mga kababayan ay napapasama pa sila kapag ang mga king cobra at Philippine cobra ay napapatay. Nagkakaroon sila ng kasong kriminal. The king cobra at Philippine cobra are considered threatened species. That is why there's a strict rule in killing these creatures. Usually, you have to call the DNR in your area so that they could recover these snakes. I understand that all species are crucial to the balance in our ecosystem. This reptile preys mostly on small rodents and frogs and occasionally other snakes, lizards, and birds. The farmers actually acknowledge that these snakes help control the presence of rodents in their farms, but at the cost of their lives, sometimes they are compelled to defend themselves and kill the snakes. Mr. President, if we ensure that there are anti-venom supplies in crucial regions of the Philippines, and there are trained personnel in the health centers that could diagnose the snakebite victim and administer the anti-venom, then there will be no need to kill these threatened cobra species. We cannot punish our people for defending themselves when we do not even give them protection. As of early 2012, during the 15th Congress, and again during the 16th Congress, Senator Miriam Defensor Santiago filed a similar resolution directing the proper Senate committee to conduct an inquiry in aid of legislation on the reported need to create an anti-venom bank
in all regional hospitals in the Philippines. Pero almost 13 years later, and we still turn a blind eye to this reality that people are dying from snake bites. 550 every year. And you know what is alarming? The number comes from a study of ASEAN countries. There is no official number or study here in the Philippines. The Philippine Statistic Authority should provide us with these numbers. Mr. President, given that our country is mostly composed of agricultural rural area, it is a must that crucial regional hospital be required to carry antidotes to various venomous animals found in the Philippines, most especially to cobra venom. Let us prioritize the funding of research to perform a comprehensive data collection on health and economic burden of snake bites so that we could develop strategies to address the problem. I hope with the support of my colleagues, especially our Committee on Health and Demography chaired by none other Senator Bong Go. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Raffy Tulfo, for bringing this
Mr. President,
very important topic.
Mr. President, our Senate President Pro Temp, Senator Lauren Legarda, is seeking the floor. I move that she be recognized, Mr. President.
Yes, I distinguished Senate President Pro Tempore, Senator Legarda is recognized.
Salamat po, Mr. President. Ako po ay nakikiisa sa concern na rinaise ni Senator Tulfo dahil maski po sinasabi nyo na tayo po ay nandito sa syudad, ako po ay magala. Ako po ay weekend farmer at sa totoo lang, nagpapunta pa ako ng UP Los Baños na herpetologist na eksperto po sa mga reptiles at sa mga ahas para imbestigahan po yung lugar na lungga ng ahas sa aking maliit na farm dahil ang dami pong ahas. Kaya inaalam ko po kung saan ang ahas at paano po tratuin ang ahas pag makita dahil ayoko sanang pumatay at hindi ko naman kayang patayin at hindi naman dapat dahil yun ang nagbubuo ng ating tinatawag na ecosystem. Pero ang tanong ko po ay very basic. Sa taong ito, dahil hindi naman bago yung anti-venom na mga cure po pag nakagat ng ahas, meron pa tayong provision sa budget ng Department of Health para mag-distribute sa mga barangay health centers or sa mga DOH-retained hospitals ng anti-venom medication para pag emergency ay meron pong may alam na ano ba yon, tinuturok or iniinom at ano ang first aid na dapat gawin magsasaka man o turista man maski sino na matuklaw o matuka ng ahas.
Thank you, Mr. President, for that question. Pagkakalam ko, Mr. President, ang RITM ang siyang nagkakaroon na meron itong mga anti-venom stored in their facility and then depende po dun sa mga ospital na gustong bumili. Kaya nga may mga ospital na hindi bumibili na dahil it has an expiry date of 5 years. So pag walang kinagat na ahas doon sa kanilang lugar, so nasasayang lang po yung anti-venom na naka-store sa kanilang ospital. Kaya ang akin pong suggestion sana, magkakaroon na po tayo ng legislation na para imbestigahan yung mga lugar kung saan maraming mga incident of snake bites at doon especially sa mga regional hospitals, public hospitals, magbigay tayo ng budget para i-sponsor yung paglalagay ng anti-venom sa mga ospital, especially doon sa mga lugar na maraming mga sakahan.
Yeah. Ang aking mungkahi po, base sa inyong pinahayag na speech ngayong araw na ito ay siyasatin natin ang GAA 2024 at tignan po natin kung meron ng nailaan ang RITM, tayo sa RITM para sa anti-venom medication at kung saan na-download ng RITM sa mga DOH-retained hospitals or sa mga butika ba o parmasya na ang DOH po ang in charge. At kung meron silang mga pondo sa MOE, pwede ba kung hindi man nila sinama sa ngayong taong budget, ay maari silang bumili pa rin legally allowed or ng COA para sila'y makabili para kung saan ayon na rin sa, let's say, Biodiversity and Management Bureau, ayon na rin sa DA, kung saan maraming ahas, dun maglagay sa mga ospital. Pangalawang mungkahi ko po ay sana magkaroon ng capacity building or training sa mga barangay, lalo na sa mga bundok, o maski na hindi bundok, yung aking farm po, halos syudad, malapit lang, kailang maahas eh. Kasi ganito, kaharian naman ng ahas ang ating pinupuntahan eh. Talahib eh. May mga punot gubat. Kaso tayo naman mga humankind, expand ang populasyon. Magtatayo tayo ng rest house. Gusto natin, forest. Gusto natin, bundok. Gusto natin, farm. Kaharian yun ng mga hayop, di ba? Ng reptiles, ng ahas. Tayong sumusugod sa kanilang paraiso. So gusto natin ng may nature, nandun ang ahas. Gusto natin sa beach, may bundok, may isla, may ahas pa rin. So, siguro po, capacity building kung how do we identify anong klaseng ahas? Hindi naman kasi lahat may venom. Ang gusto ko malaman, ilang species ba ng ahas sa tropical country like the Philippines? Pangalawa, sa mga species ng ahas na yon, saan mahahanap? Tama sabi nyo, saliksik yan. At yung saliksik na yan, readily available na yan sa BMB ng DENR, ibigay sa atin. Pangatlo, sa available na data ay ano dyan ang may venom at wala. Tapos si DOH itugma yung siyensya o data ng DNR BMB sa kanilang DOH retained hospitals at tingnan yung budget nila kung pwede doon. Tapos mag-build ng capacity sa mga kapitan para magkaroon mga ating caregivers, barangay health workers, matrain sila ano ang first aid sa natukla o natuka ng ahas. Yung ang aking suggestion para matunghayan ang ganyang concern. Because I myself, yung mga staff ko, o yung farm workers, o mismo ako, may mga tumatawid, nakikita ko na ahas. At malaki at maliit, iba-ibang kulay, na-excite ang ibang staff ko. At dinala ko dun yung si Dr. Arvin Jesmos. Sabi niya, ang yaman ng farm mo. Iba-ibang kulay, iba-ibang klase ng ahas daw. Na-excite yung mga nagsasaliksik dahil mayaman sa biodiversity. Takot ako. Kaya hindi ko alam kung may venom ba yun o wala. Yung mga may orange, iba, may dilaw, may black, may brown, iba-iba. So, di ba, ang magpapalaya lang sa atin ay ang kaalaman.
Correct.
It is really knowledge and we would like to learn. Paano pa lalo yung mga nakayapak, hindi naman kayang bumili ng makakapal na botas, di ba? O nakatsinelas, tapos pupunta dun sa lugar. So, tama po kayo, kailangan ng kaalaman, kailangan ng provision for budget, at nandyan naman ang malaking budget ng DOH. So, I support you in, we can ask LBRMO right away, how much are the anti-venom meds lodged in RITM or in DOH hospitals? Second, kung kulang, I support you for next year to make that amendment. And then, not just that, because what do you do? How do we use it? Capacity building in the barangay level kung saan maraming ahas at malalaman yan ng DNR BMB. That's my humble suggestion to the issue that you placed on record today.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Yeah, yung sinasabi nyo na kailangan malaman kung aling ahas yung may venom at wala, it starts with educating the public. Siguro mag-start sa RITM o sa barangay, tapos nandun yung litrato ng mga ahas kasi ang nakita lang naman kung yung pagkagat dun sa tao ay siya mismo lang. Ang nakakala, wala naman iba, wala naman dun yung doctor or anybody. So dapat he or she is able to identify anong klaseng ahas ang kumagat sa kanya para kapag dinala siya doon sa ospital, maisasabi niya doon sa doktor yung kulay, itsura, and then the doctor can dispense kung anong ahas talagang kumagat at yung antivenom ibibigay sa kanya.
Yes. Siguro magsimula sa Senado, sinabi ko na sa consultant ko, magpapa-lecture ako kay Dr. Arvin Jesmos, nako pinusubo ko, tatawagan niya, para siya snake expert.
Yes.
In fact, may nakita siya ng ahas sa farm ko. Bigla ka natakot. May nakita siyang, totoo, yung nagpunta siya, may nakita siya, hinawakan pa niya at sinupot. Natuwa siya, hindi niya sinupot niya, inuwi niya yung ahas na nakita niya.
Okay.
Yes, so what I'm saying is that we can have, para sa ating kaalaman, di ba, tayo na muna, ay, tapos pwede tayong magtulungan para ang mga barangay ay mag-build ng capacity and to add knowledge as well.
Okay.
Snake lecture, yung iba-ibang klase. Yeah.
Okay.
In
Prominent
fact-
kasi dito sa Pilipinas, Mr. President,
Yeah.
yung Philippine Cobra sa Bicol at Nueva Ecija. Madalas nakikita yan. And then we have the King Cobra. It's all over the country. And then we have the Summer Cobra na endemic sa summer lamang. So all these species are deadly.
Alam nyo, hindi na tayong kailangan lumayo pa. Mismong sa aming ancestral home sa Malabon, syudad na po yan. Ang papa ko, 91 naglalakad sa driveway, may tumatawid na ahas.
Yes.
That's already a city, pero may ahas pa rin. So, hindi naman po kailangan sa malalayong lugar, anywhere. We walk here, may talahiban dito. I'm sure there could be some snakes as well.
You did ask about budget,
Yes.
Mr. President. Merong budget na nakalaan para sa RITM, para sa snake bite, pero napakaliit lang yung binibigay na budget, so hindi enough. And of course, doon sa limited na resources na merong RITM, and then dinidistribute yan among hospitals all over the country, and how many hospitals are there. And then mostly doon mga hospitals na may pambili, yun yung inuuna. Yung mga walang pambili, wala. Yung mga public hospitals usually hindi binibigyan. So just imagine, like doon sa Isabela, nasabi ko nga, kinagat siya ng ahas, and sa Kawayan City, Isabela to, yung isang farmer. So, ang pinakamalapit na RITM na merong snake bite clinic ay mahigit 2 hours ang biyahe. At kinagat siya gabi. So just imagine, so 30 minutes, usually 30 minutes lang yung yung tagal ng buhay ng isang tao na kinagat ng cobra. So, alam ng mga doktor at hospital na hindi na maaabot kung ibibiyahe pa papunta doon sa actually that was Cagayan. So, ang ginawa, pinahiga na lang yung biktima, pinaypayan na lang at nagpapunta ng pare, dinasalan kasi alam na maman. Diyan mo may kita talaga, Mr. President, yung bang kawa-awa yung estado ng ating healthcare system. Kulang na kulang po talaga tayo sa budget. It's about time kailangan magkaroon tayo ng budget para sa mga ganitong klaseng problema, Mr. President.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention, Senator Tulfo, and we support you in increasing the budget for that. But even we should not wait, and we can build the capacity and not malayo nga yung RITM. So, dapat marunong sa barangay. Tsaka, if I may suggest, gamitin natin yung sinaunang kaalaman, indigenous knowledge. Nung panahon naman dati, wala naman available na mga gamot, pero alam nila yung ginagawa, di ba? So, alamin natin sa mga ninuno natin at sa mga eksperto, yung mga indigenous people, yung mga katutubo. So, our lecture will be not just UP Los Baños and the herpetologist, but also maybe how the indigenous people deal with snake bites.
Okay, I must warn people na meron pong mga, unfortunately, mga loko-lokong mga kababayan natin na nagbebenta raw ng antidote para sa snake bite. Yung nakikita niyo siguro sa Quiapo, yung meron muna magpapakita ng mga magmumuestra, magpapakita muna ng kung ano ng mga exhibition, and then later on, papakita sila ng ahas, and then magbebenta na supposed to be antidote para sa kagat ng anong klaseng ahas. Pero wag ka, yun ay sawa ang kumakagat doon sa nag-exhibition, kinagat siya ng ahas, tapos mamaya lalagay niya doon sa kanyang kamay, parang lo and behold, wala nangyari sa kanya. Pero mag-ingat po tayo kasi wala po nabibili na antidote, anti-venom sa mga kalye. Yan po ay makukuha nyo lamang sa RITM.
Okay.
Manggagaling po sa RITM. Wala po kasi napakahirap po i-process yung anti-venom for the information of everybody.
Okay, thank you for that information. And as I mentioned, I would like to know how our indigenous people way back, before the cure was discovered or invented, how they dealt with snake bites, if any.
Wala po. Namamatay na lang sila.
Through indigenous knowledge.
Namamatay na lang po sila.
Namamatay na lang.
Yes.
So alamin natin kung ganun ba talaga. Okay, but anyway, thank you for bringing it to our attention. And may we request maybe the Secretariat to ask the DNR BMB to give us the list of all snakes available in the Philippines, in what regions and provinces, and which are the venomous and which are not harmful, even if they seem like. Thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Legarda. The Minority Leader, Senator Coco Pimentel, is recognized.
Thank you. With the permission of our Speaker, Mr. President, kasi napaka interesting itong subject na kanya pong topic. At sabi po ng ating Speaker ay 550 Filipinos die every year.
Yan po ay isang survey ng isang foreign organization It's an ASEAN organization, 550 raw sa Pilipinas, pero we don't know how accurate that is.
Yes. 550 lives na kung meron naman pong antidote or antivenom, theoretically, ma-prevent ang kanilang kamatayan.
Zero dapat ang maging
Dapat
mortality.
zero. Opo. Sige po. So, at nasabi po ni Senator Tulfo na identify niya itong ahensya ng gobyerno na RITM, na ito po ba ang parang designated government agency na taga-procure ng snake antivenom?
Yes, ang ginagawa kasi ng RITM, Mr. President, meron silang hina-harvest na antivenom mula sa mga cobra na available sa kanila, and then after that, they detoxify that venom na nakuha sa cobra halimbawa, and then in-inject nila yan sa kabayo. Of course, after the detoxification process. Once na detoxify yan, then kukolekta nila yung blood ng kabayo, and then that's being processed into
Okay.
antivenom.
So we produce our own?
We do produce our
Because yun yung sana tanong ko, if there is an agency na which can study the production and study the science behind the antivenom for snake bites and then actually produce it. So is that agency the RITM?
Yes, Mr. President.
So,
That's
it's
called
dapat-
Biologicals Manufacturing Division ng RITM. But
Okay,
it has limited
so-
budget for treatment of snake bites.
Do
para
we
sa
do we
antivenom.
know their production capacity as of today, Mr. President?
700 to 800 ampules every month ang supposed to be napoproduce ng RITM according to the records. And the 700 to 800 ampules per month na dinidistribute all over the countries to different hospitals, meron po yung 5-year shelf life, Mr. President.
So kaya siguro, Mr. President, no? Theoretic. Anyway, sa hearing, siguro itanong natin ito sa hearing. Pero ano ba ito? One formula solves all kinds of snake bites or iba dapat ang antidote sa different species ng snake?
That's correct, Mr. President. Different meron sa RITM ngayon, Mr. President, yung antidote para sa Philippine cobra, king cobra at summer cobra. Pare-pareho lang, isa lang antidote niya. Pero sa iba pang mga ahas na venomous ay iba po ang antidote noon. And we're not yet sure kung meron pong antivenom ang RITM for those snakes. Siguro maring pinag-aralan pa nila o wala dahil mas kukunti yung species na yun kumpara sa mga cobra.
But I'm glad, Mr. President, to know that meron tayong ahensya ng gobyerno na may kapasidad mag-aral doon, aralin ang science behind it, and to actually produce the antivenom. Kasi sayang naman, sa dami ng ahas dito sa Pilipinas, kailangan mo kasi ng ahas to produce the antivenom. So, it's a statement of fact. Maraming ahas dito sa Pilipinas, Mr. President.
Napakarami, sa bawat gubat may mga ahas, Mr. President. Kahit
So,
saan
Mr.
pumunta
President, sa hearing, so I'm looking forward to the hearing kasi busisiin na natin RITM doon, Mr. President. Pero, bago ko lang malimutan, kung pwedeng madagdag na natin yung ma-sting ka ng jellyfish. Kasi sabi ng anak ko sa akin, sabi ni Akyo sa akin na one of the deadliest creatures, a jellyfish. A certain kind of jellyfish na present box jellyfish. Yan. Sinabi rin siguro ng anak ni SP sa kanya yan because it was my son who informed me na present sa Pilipinas. And we are an archipelago. I'm sure marami rin po yan. So minuto lang din yan eh. So maybe if we can also bring this up, isama na po natin with the permission of our speaker. And then ako po'y nalungkot sa balita na nalaman ko a couple of weeks ago na may dalagita, teenager, 14 years old yata, namatay from rabies, dog bite. So, yun naman isang tanong. Siguro, if it's still RITM, tanungin na rin natin po sila.
Mr. President, sa rabies, halos lahat ng ospital meron na anti-rabies. Kaya lang meron pa rin namamatay. Siguro, it's unfortunate yung pag mga bata, hindi agad nasasabi sa kanilang mga magulang o yung mga magulang, dinidisregard yung aso lang naman yan. Hayaan mo na, gagaling ka rin at binibigyan ng first aid. They don't know na yung rabies nakamamatay talaga kapag not treated.
Yes, pag
Although yung rabies, kaya pa nung bumagamot yan kasi may available nga na anti-rabies.
At meron.
Meron
So,
sa
yun.
halos lahat ng ospital.
Yan siguro dapat i-announce natin na wag matakot o wag mag-alinlangan kasi pagdating sa kagat ng aso na sa tingin natin ay rabid, may dalang rabies, merong gamot yan. Ano? And then, hindi naman siguro nakakatakot din yung gastos doon. Kasi subsidized by the government na po itong anti-rabies shots eh.
Kapag sa mga public hospital,
Opo.
Mr. President, pero pag sa private, you have to pay for it.
Pero meron bang anti-rabies shots sa public hospitals?
Meron mga anti-rabies shots sa mga
We will
public
is-
hospitals.
We will establish all of these things, Mr. President, sa hearing na ito. Advance, na lang siguro, if I can request the chairman of the committee to give the resource persons advance information that this representation, should I be present in that particular hearing, we would also be asking on antidotes for jellyfish bites and then the status of this
Dogs.
anti-rabies.
In fact, pati cats, Mr. President,
Cats,
my wife was
yes.
bitten by a stray cat sa palengke and pumunta siya sa St. Luke's at marami siyang injection na tinanggap bago siya sinabi ng doktor na okay na siya at napakamahal. So paano kung
Yes.
isang pobre na walang kapabilidad na magbayad sa private hospital, then she has to go to the public hospital. And
Correct.
pagdating sa public hospital, mahaba po yung pila doon. So yung iba, dahil ayaw pumila, tinatamad, umuwi na lang at nagdadasal, and then they didn't know na hindi nakukuha yung dasal. Yung rabies, talaga mamamatay ka pag if you don't go to a treatment, get
So we-
treatment for it.
So, Mr. President, with the permission of Senator Tulfo, pag hearing po nito, okay lang po ba na isingit ko po yung dalawang topics na rin po
Yes,
yun?
Mr.
So,
President.
the snake bites anti-venom, subject matter of
Pati
your
yung
speech,
jellyfish, Mr.
the
President.
jellyfish antidotes, as well as the anti-rabies availability.
Meron kasi mga animal bites centers, Mr. President, lalo na sa mga private hospitals. Pero sa mga public, kukulang-kulang pa, Mr. President, bibihira pa because siguro of budget constraints.
So, once again, thank you to our speaker, Senator Tulfo, for bringing before us another very interesting topic, Mr. President. Ito parang mga topic ito na hindi natin malalaman nito unless isumbong sa atin eh. So talagang yan po talaga ang tatak po ng ating senador na lahat ng ilapit sa kanya ay nakikita niya yung importansya at dinadala naman niya sa ating atensyon. So thank you very much, Mr. President. Thank you to Senator
Thank you,
Tulfo.
Mr. President.
Yes, thank you to Senator Tulfo. Hindi niya na pinapabayaan. No, regardless it's a small topic, he will look into it, talagang aksyonan niya. Kaya
Mr.
siguro number one na sa survey.
Mr. President,
Yes,
if I may,
Senator David Ercito.
if the distinguished gentleman from Isabela and Davao, I just have one question actually, Mr.
Yes,
President.
Senator Joel
I was
a majority leader, sir.
listening attentively to the speech of the gentleman, and of course we wanted to commend him for raising this very important issue. Mr. President, I was looking at an article that states snake bite is a neglected tropical disease causing deaths, amputations, and permanent disability all over the world. In fact, Mr. President, in the Philippines, it says here, on average, out of the estimated 13,777 victims of snake bites each year, actually, Mr. President, 550 ang namamatay. And it's a glaring figure, Mr. President, and based on studies, yung venomous snakes are more active with higher temperatures. Kaya po, siyempre, nakikita natin ngayon dito sa Pilipinas, tumataas yung temperatura, sobrang init ng panahon ngayon, kaya yung mga snake sightings hindi lang nakikita doon sa mga bundok o sa kagubatan, kundi minsan nandito na rin. Minsan natatawa tayo, marami na rin bang ahas dito? Oo, marami talagang ahas sa Pilipinas. Wala lang sa kabundukan, kahit sa katatagan, no, Mr. President. Mr. President, ang question ko lang po, I was listening attentively kanina, ang RITM o ang Research Institute of Tropical Medicine sila lamang yung nagpo-produce ng anti-venom. In fact, ni-research ko, tinignan ko po yung pinoproduce nila, Purified Cobra Active Nom. So, PICAV. Sila po yung nagpo-produce nilo, kapartner nila yung mga ospital natin sa pagdidistribute. Pero gusto ko maklarify, Mr. President, ito lang ba yung pinoproduce nila na anti-venom, itong PICAV? Kasi kung ganon, ibig sabihin, ang anti-venom natin pang-cobra lang, hindi pangkalahatang mga ahas. I'm not even talking, Mr. President, outside of snakes. But sa snakes lang, pang-cobra lang ba to? Ito ba'y universal anti-venom sa lahat ng uri ng ahas?
So, the records will show na pang-cobra lamang, Mr. President,
So,
tama
hindi
kayo.
lahat?
Hindi lahat. So, may mga venomous na snakes na meron tayo dito sa Pilipinas na wala pa tayong anti-venom.
So kung ganon, Ginoong Pangulo, napakalayo pala natin. Una, iisa lang ang manufacturer ng anti-venom sa Pilipinas. Iisa. RITM lang. Sa buong Pilipinas, iisa. At ang pinuproduce lang nila, iisa lang din ang focus sa cobra lang po.
Sa mga cobra lamang, 3 species ng cobra lamang, Mr. President. Ang tawag dito ay monovalent only ang meron tayong antivenom, which means good for 1 species only.
Again, Mr. President, we thank the gentleman for answering this question. I believe that it's about time that we do something about this. Currently, the only domestic manufacturer of anti-venom in the Philippines is the Research Institute of Tropical Medicine, or RITM. And we only have one officially available anti-venom, only specific to to cobras, Mr. President. I hope that this will get our attention, and most especially in ensuring that we are more prepared. We are not only passively just listening right now, but also to become more proactive in addressing this very important issue. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. President, nabanggit yung kaninang amputation, that is correct in so many cases na kapag walang antivenom available doon sa isang lugar, sa ospital, pumapayag nila ng pasyente na putulin na lang yung paa. Kung halimbawa sa talampakan kinagat, so puputulin mula sa hita, pababa, nang sa gayon it will save his or her life, yung sa victim. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I move that we refer the privileged speech of Senator Tulfo and all the interpellations and manifestations thereon to the Committee on Health and Demography. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection, motion is approved. Sir? Yes, please proceed.
Mr. President, I move that we resume consideration of Senate Bill number 2450 under Committee Report number 138. This pertains to the Blue Economy Act.
Yes, there being no objection, motion is approved.
The parliamentary status of this bill is that we have sponsored the measure with the consent of the body. I move to open the period of interpellation and recognize the sponsor, Senator Lauren Legarda, and to interpret our minority leader, Senator Aquilino Coco Pimentel.
I'll use the thread.
Our distinguished sponsor, Senator Lauren Legarda, Senate President pro tempore, is recognized, and our distinguished minority floor leader, Senate President, former Senate President and Minority Leader Aquilino Coco Pimentel is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the permission of our sponsor, this will just be an interpellation on the basics, Mr. President. So we will get a better idea on the subject matter, the nature of the measure, Mr. President.
I would be happy to answer the questions of our esteemed minority leader, who has always contributed towards the improvement of all the measures that I have sponsored, from culture to nature.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, this representation initially felt that this bill is somehow connected with the PENCAS bill, the Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System. May we know, first of all, the status of PENCAS? Is it already a law, Mr. President?
It's not yet a law, but for all intents and purposes, it is already. We are just waiting for the president to sign it. We
So-
know that it
okay.
is scheduled. It's in Malacanang already. We hope that it will not just lapse into law. We hope
be signed
that there will
into
be an actual signing,
Signed,
Mr. President.
So
Yeah.
thank you for that, Mr. President. So we will soon have a PENCAS law, Mr. President. So can we differentiate this blue economy bill, if it becomes law, from the PENCAS law, Mr. President?
Thank you for that. The Philippine Ecosystem and Natural Capital Accounting System, PENCAS, is an information system that generates indicators of the sustainability of economic sectors at various levels of governance. You will recall, Mr. President, that this bill, when we were being interpolated, focused on the Philippine Statistics Authority and the NEDA as the agencies in charge. The Blue Economy proposes a framework for sustainable management of our coastal and marine-based activities. Some of the data from PENCAS and the information would feed into the decision support tools utilized by managers of the blue economy. So I would say that buti po na una ang PENCAS, makakatulong po yung mga data based on the research, hopefully when PENCAS will be implemented, into doing a framework for our blue economy.
So PENCAS will account for our ecosystem and natural capital. Yan ang po ang pagkaintindi natin. Di ba? So information siya. Databasing, gathering of information and organizing the information, keeping it intact and available for policymakers. That is PENCAS. While blue economy, this bill, if this becomes law, this will lead to actual programs, activities, and projects, Mr. President?
Yes, Mr. President. The actual protection, actual investments, possibilities for our marine ecosystem will be through the blue economy. PENCAS would be the generation of data and research in the valuation of our natural capital accounting and our ecosystem.
But the items or the subject matter of the so-called blue economy, they are also part of the wealth of the nation,
You're correct.
which would be detected by and recorded by PENCAS.
Yes,
Ano ba yan?
Mr. President. The blue economy is an economic model. It's a development model that focuses on the sustainable management and the use of our natural resources in the marine and maritime sector. It provides a national definition of what is the blue economy. It can set the standard of the activities classified as part of this ocean-based economy. It will also facilitate the development of a blue carbon policy framework for food security and biodiversity protection through the provisions of habitats to ecologically important plant species for marine resources, to set economic valuation for blue carbon-related economic activities, and increase human security by giving protection from storms and sea level rise. It aims to sustainably use our ocean resources for economic growth and improved livelihoods while preserving the health of our ocean ecosystem. So it will harness the potential of the blue economy through research and development and will use data, statistics generated perhaps through PENCAS or even on its own and other sources so that this can be used to protect what we already have and to also sustainably utilize it. So it's setting a framework of a blue economic model for our country. considering that we are more ocean, more water than land.
Yes. And who is expected to carry out the mandates in the law, Mr. President?
The NEDA, the Economic Planning Division or Department of our government, is charged with being the secretariat, right? And we have agencies of government who will be part of a council that to be headed by the executive secretary, so that in their planning, in their policy making processes, they can incorporate the blue economy framework. Use the thread.
Is the framework, when we use the word framework, is that the same as a plan, Mr. President?
Framework is a plan. It's more than a plan, an overarching policy framework. Yes, a vision, a plan. Call it like like a Philippine development plan. I would imagine that the Philippine development plan emanated from a vision, emanated from a framework, and then they do the plan, if I'm not mistaken.
As used in our bill, Mr. President, does our bill use the word framework, Mr. President?
We use the word framework here.
When we
yes,
use
Mr.
it,
President.
do we refer to a plan?
I would perhaps a framework would be broader, and perhaps a plan could follow after we have the framework.
But it would be the same body which will be creating the framework as well as devising or coming up, writing the plan?
I would.
That's the same council?
The inputs of the council will be lodged in the NEDA, which is the designated secretariat, and NEDA would incorporate the blue economy framework and policies into the development process.
As mentioned by our sponsor, the executive secretary chairs the Blue Economy Council. May we know why we chose the executive secretary?
Mr. President.
Normally, Mr. President, parang we get the head of a department, Mr. President.
Mr. President, I'm actually open to any possible amendments, because while reading this measure, my mind continuously works and it evolves. And I would be open to your suggestions if you would like another government department. Should it be the DNR secretary, or should it be a council head that will put all of this together? The reason why we placed the executive secretary, because he is like he represents the president, and I wanted it to be a powerful council so that all decision-making, all policies of the various agencies represented here will incorporate the blue economy framework.
Section 10, Mr. President, mentions an ocean accounting. So this ocean accounting most likely would just be a chapter siguro of that PENCAS, if the PENCAS is carried out, Mr. President. May ocean accounting na siguro under PENCAS law.
We don't have that provision, I believe, in the PENCAS, but I am certain that can be part of the work that the PSA and the NEDA could do and should do. Yes, it's ocean accounting, but that's really tough job to be doing an accounting, considering we're mostly oceans and seas. But so there's overlap. In short, the output of PENCAS agencies can be used for the blue economy.
Yes, because I think this bill also mandates the same agency, the PSA, Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. President, I would like to say that they complement each other, and I think that the passage of the PENCAS, as I said, and hopefully it is really taken seriously and implemented, can help institutionalize an integrated marine and coastal management. So when we say a framework, it should have it should have integrated coastal marine management plan, fisheries management plans, coastal resource management, climate action plan, the sustainability of ocean resources, and protection from threats such as land and sea-based pollution, overfishing, habitat degradation, to identify climate resilient and environmentally sound investments, infrastructure. I know that it sounds, wow, big deal. Remember, Mr. President, we were standing here in 2007. And at the time, I spoke about resilience and reducing disaster risk and climate change adaptation and mitigation. At the time, I was defending as well the creation of a climate change commission and Rachel knows, a national framework for a climate policy. I was asked the same question. Where are you, Rachel? Yes, climate policy, what do we do? Framework, yes. So the output of that, I'm just likening it to 15 or more years ago. At the time, it was so unclear. What are we talking about? A national framework for climate change adaptation and mitigation. So that national framework gave birth to the National Climate Change Action Plan. And that Climate Change Action Plan nationally is not downloaded, what is the word? Implemented? No, in local governments, that's a requirement, right? My law also required a LCCAP, Local Climate Change Action Plan. So from the framework of our enacted measure, we have a national policy. That national policy is not downloaded, but how do you say, cascaded down to the local governments. That's insofar as climate is concerned. Similarly, Mr. President, the Blue Economy Framework, hopefully, when enacted into law, may be imbibed, may be created by NEDA as a secretariat, by the various agencies indicated in the measure, and we can have capacity building so that local governments, especially those that are coastal, island provinces, island municipalities, can see the value of preserving and conserving the seas, oceans around them, and can look at investing in caring and protecting, and they can invest for sustainable livelihoods as well. So from the framework, there's a national framework, it can go down to the local, it should go down to the local level, and then plans are made based on that framework and policy. But I will be open, since you always do a thorough study, I'd be happy to see, kung hindi po ES, kung anong mungkahi nyo, I can seriously look into that as well.
Thank you,
What is
Mr.
this?
President.
I-text na lang, di ko mabasa.
We also noticed two different terms being used, Mr. President, in the bill. Section 3 uses maritime spatial planning. Section 16 uses marine spatial plannings. Spatial is S-P-A-T-I-A-L. So is there a difference between the two, Mr. President?
I believe so, Mr. President. Maritime spatial, maritime and marine spatial. Marine encompasses a broader coverage than maritime. Marine pertains to the sea, while maritime pertains to things relating to the sea from an anthropogenic perspective. We recommend that we make it consistent and use the more all-encompassing marine spatial planning.
So we will consistently use marine spatial planning. Section 7, Mr. President, mentions the armed forces of the Philippines, that one of the components of the policy framework on blue economy is the enhancement of the capability of the armed forces of the Philippines.
Section 7 of what? Senate bill?
May we know why even the AFP is mentioned in the bill, Mr. President?
Section 7.
Section 7. Tama ba? Section 7.
Can you ano it there? What part of Section 7 is this?
Paragraph K.
Paragraph K. Walang K naman dito, dear, sa binigay mo.
Page 8, ma'am.
The enhancement and capability of the armed forces and relevant agencies to enforce laws, regulations to protect our marine wealth. Yes, as we know, Mr. President, the armed forces of the Philippines is also mandated not just to protect us, Filipinos and their troops, but also to protect the biodiversity in resource-rich areas in our marine ecosystem. And so they are also designated or empowered to help protect. We know that, let's say, the West Philippine Sea issue, just discussed here a few minutes ago. So much degradation of our coral reefs and our marine ecosystem is happening aside from the issues of sovereignty. So that is a reason why we've included the AFP.
If we can ask our experts on international law as well as on constitutional law, because this may be giving the AFP a law enforcement function, Mr. President. And as I believe that as much as possible, we try to avoid that,
Okay.
Mr. President.
I would be happy to receive, perhaps I can ask, our experts from the DFA. We actually have
Law
here,
enforcement.
DFA. Yes, so, yes, we can find out if it is necessary to do so, or we might be empowering them, and this could give, what are you saying, undue power, or it could be a trigger point for a possible conflicts?
Yes, and it's in the function, Mr. President, because enforcement of domestic law, so which might properly or more appropriately belong to Philippine Coast Guard and to PNP Maritime Division, Mr. President.
I would be happy to receive an amendment from Your Honor. The reason why we placed the AFP is because of the threats to the resources within our exclusive economic zone and the possible and the ongoing damage to our reefs. However, yes, we would consult the DFA again, and if it would be better to remove the AFP and not to mention the law enforcement and security, thus simplifying the measure.
Thank you, Mr. President. Our bill also has the following concepts. There are blue enablers. There is a blue band ba? There's a blue band, Mr. President. There's even an instruction to government financial institutions to provide credit to strategic and sustainable ocean-based or ocean-related enterprises, Mr. President. So I hope that all of the instructions that we have incorporated in the bill are capable of being implemented or observed, Mr. President, and will not amount to being optional, Mr. President.
You're saying that we hope that this will be understood, embraced, implemented. Yes, because Section 9 of the bill provides that the blue economy framework shall contain enabling elements to ensure inclusivity and sustainability that would encourage investment. And the following enablers are put into place: modern and efficient infrastructure that supports a sustainable use of marine resources, well-organized institutional setting, cooperation and capacity building that builds the necessary knowledge and competencies required for the blue economy, and sustainable investment and finance. So, of particular importance here, and it's necessary to have infrastructure for sewerage and the treatment of used water. These facilities will only increase in cost over time, Failure to install them will further pollute our coasts with domestic sewage, especially in highly urbanized cities and tourism areas. So agencies like DPWH, they have the funds under the National Septage and Sewerage Management Program for such facilities, but there are hardly any LGUs accessing them, I am told. A vibrant blue economy needs clean coasts and waters, so possibly if we have this Blue Economy Act into law, LGUs will be more mindful, will understand its importance, will access not just domestic funding, but foreign funding, and understand the importance of the intent of the measure, which is to protect our waters.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for the information of our colleagues, now I mentioned blue bonds and I mentioned the role of government financial institutions. It is written this way, Mr. President, in Section 22. Role of the Securities and Exchange Commission. First
SEC?
part of the sentence says, the SEC shall encourage the issuance of blue bonds where proceeds will be exclusively applied to finance or
What page?
refinance in part or in full eligible blue PAPs, PAPS, in accordance with SEC guidelines and the ASEAN Green Bond Standards and Green Bonds Principles as developed and may be revised from time to time by the SEC, the ASEAN Capital Markets Forum, and the International Capital Market Association, respectively, period. There's a second sentence, but just focusing on the first sentence of Section 22. How is the SEC expected to comply with Section 22, Mr. President? Magpanawagan lang siya na mag-blue bonds.
Oh, it's here.
Encouraged.
Actually, this is not yet enacted into law, but the SEC was so proactive, I am told, that last December 5, 2023, the Securities and Exchange Commission introduced its framework for the issuance of blue bonds. It's a forward-thinking SEC eh.
Framework.
Hindi, talaga, magaling yung head. For the issuance of blue bonds in line with efforts to promote sustainability while boosting participation in the capital market. Handa na sila maski wala pa yung batas. And yes,
So if there is a bond offering, corporate bond
handa sila.
offering,
Yes.
they will get from the SEC is a pronouncement that it is a blue bond, and then what do they expect after after the SEC certifies that the offering is a blue bond? What would be the benefit to the corporation, Mr. President?
We don't have it here. Yeah.
Ano ba?
Do you have that from the SEC? Where, which?
The blue bonds. This is there.
Oh, so ano ginagawa ng SEC? Ini-endorse
It's just the role.
Here.
1 minute suspension. I just want to be certain, your question is, how will the corporations benefit from the issuance of blue bonds? Just 1 minute suspension.
Session suspended.
Thank you. Wala dito, dear. Mr. President, I thank the Minority Leader for bringing to my attention certain provisions of the measure. Regarding his question on blue projects and blue bonds, let me just put into the record the applicability. So these are the guidelines for eligible blue projects and blue activities for the issuance of blue bonds. So the guidelines must be read under SEC Memorandum Circular Number 12, Series of 2018, otherwise known as the guidelines for the issuance of ASEAN Green Bonds under the ASEAN Green Bond Standards in the Philippines. And these guidelines shall primarily govern the issuance of the blue bonds where proceeds will be exclusively applied to finance or to refinance in part or in full new and or existing eligible blue projects and blue activities. So these guidelines build on the ASEAN Green Bond Standards and the ICBA Green Bond Principles. Any guidance issued by the ASEAN and ICMA on the GBS and GBP should also be considered where relevant. So this is a long memo of the SEC series of 2023. I cannot read the whole thing into the record, but I want to be briefed further by the SEC so that my answers to the Minority Leader, which is meant to enhance and clarify the measure, is also clarified. And I will stop at that. But your basic question is you asked me off session, does that mean that the SEC is endorsing the blue bond? Yes, because it's supposed to certify. Is the SEC doing it for other bonds or just for the blue bonds? Do we have the answer? If we don't have the answer with certainty, I will suspend interpellation and request the SEC to give me the definite answer. I don't want a mistake, to make a mistake just to get over this bill today.
Thank you, Mr. President, because one of the purposes of our interpellation is to also understand the complexities behind the complex concepts behind the measure, Mr. President. Take note that in talking about blue bonds, an ASEAN green bonds agreement is referred to.
Yes.
So we even have to probably distinguish what is that blue bond and what is that green
ASEAN
bond,
green bond.
Mr. President.
Yes. It seems like the SEC used the ASEAN green bond as a model for the blue bond,
For a blue bond.
memorandum they had in last year. Yes. Yes.
So, Mr. President, if with the permission of our sponsor, this presentation would request for a suspension of
Yes.
his interpellation on this measure, Mr. President. Thank you very much, Mr. Thank you.
I
Madam
appreciate your questions. I apologize I'm not able to answer everything accurately now. I would have to seek the advice of the Securities and Exchange Commission and to see whether the ASEAN Green Bond has been made the model of our blue bond under the Blue Economy Bill. And if it will complicate the bill further, the intent of the measure is simply to protect and conserve and to also spur investment for our oceans and our seas, then we can revise or delete a provision. But I would like it to be part of it. If the SEC has been so proactive to even have a memo way ahead of a law, then we must be doing something right. No, we must be doing something right. If the SEC has a memorandum last year and we don't even have the law yet, right? But I will study it further and so that I can be more accurate in the answers, Mr. President. Thank you to our Minority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. President, I move that we suspend consideration Senate Bill number 2450. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, there being no
Okay.
objection, motion approved.
Please. Wait.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the Journal of the 68th Session, Tuesday, April 30, 2024, and consider the same as approved.
There being no objection, motion approved.
Mr. President, I move that we proceed with the reference of business.
There being no objection, we'll ask the Secretary to proceed with the reference of business.
Bills on first reading, Senate number 2645, strengthening the powers and functions of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, amending RA 8293, Senator Villar M.
Committee on Trade.
2646, granting Philippine citizenship to Benny Francois Boatwright III, Senator Angara.
To the Committee on Rules.
Resolutions, RBH 8, resolution of both houses of Congress calling for a constitutional convention to revise the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, Senator Padilla.
To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments.
1012, expressing the profound sympathy and sincere condolences of the Senate on the death of the Honorable Rene Augusto Vercel Sagisag, Senator Revilla Jr.
To the Committee on Rules.
1013, expressing the profound sympathy and sincerest condolences of the Senate on the death of the Honorable Elpidio P.D. Franny Barzaga Jr., Senator Revilla Jr.
Committee on Rules.
1014, honoring the life and legacy of former Senator Rene Sagisag, Senator Binay.
Committee on Rules.
1016, directing the Committee on Public Information and Mass Media to conduct an inquiry on the delivery of agricultural information services by the DAR, particularly its Provincial Agrarian Reform Coordinating Committee on the rights and limitations attached to CLOAS, and on the available government agricultural credit and financing assistance to ensure sustainability, Senator Padilla.
Committee on Agriculture.
1017, honoring the life and achievements of Senator Rene Sagisag, Senator Estrada.
The Committee on Rules.
1018, directing the appropriate Senate Committee to conduct an inquiry on the prevailing red and yellow alert warnings causing power interruptions nationwide with the end view of ensuring reliable and continuous electric power supply in the country, Senator Gatchalian.
Committee on Energy.
Committee report. Committee report 250, jointly by the Committees on Government Corporations, Public Enterprises, and National Defense and Security, Peace, Unification, and Reconciliation, Senate number 2647, with Senators Estrada, Tolentino, Cayetano, AP as authors, strengthening the Basis Conversion and Development Authority, amending RA 7227, otherwise known as the Basis Conversion Development Act of 1992 as amended, recommending its approval in substitution of Senate numbers 1809 and 1941, taking into consideration House number 8505, sponsor Senator Cayetano, AP.
To the calendar for ordinary business.
Additional reference of business, messages from the House. Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 19 March 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate.
I don't have a copy. Session suspended. Basic Education, House Bill number 9936, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
House number 9978, providing for a moratorium on student loan payments during calamities, disasters, crisis situation, and other emergencies.
Committee on Rules.
9979, further amending RA 7836 as amended by RA 9293.
Committee on Civil Service, Government Reorganization, and Professional Regulation.
9982, strengthening the establishment and operation of all public and private higher education institutions.
To the Committee on Higher Technical Vocational Education and Ways and Means.
10003, establishing the Barangay Integrated Development Approach for Nutrition Improvement of the Rural Poor as linkage program of the participating state universities and colleges and local universities and colleges and appropriating funds therefore.
To the Committees on Health, Higher Technical Vocational Education, Finance.
10049, further promoting entrepreneurship by strengthening, empowering, and enhancing the financing and other support programs for micro, small, and medium enterprises, amending RA 6977 as amended, otherwise known as the Magna Carta for micro, small, and medium enterprises.
To the Committee on Trade, Economic Affairs, and Finance.
And House bills establishing tourism destinations in the following areas. House number 10110, Municipality of Santa Fe, Province of Romblon. 10111, Malagap Underground River, Malagap Banisilan, Cotabato. 10112, Corianan Falls, Igsoro, Bogasong, Antique. 103, Mount Kituved, Bentangan, Carmen, Cotabato. 10114, Lampinigan Island, City of Isabela, Province of Basilan. 10115, Binukot Beach Area in Barangay Bonsoran, Ferrol, Romblon. 10116, declaring the municipality of San Fernando, Romblon a tourism development area. 1017, Island Municipality of Sarangani, Province of Davao Occidental. 10118, Maramos section of the Angat River System in San Mateo, Norsagaray, Bulacan. 10122, Kangkoka Hills, Kambane, Kanduay, Bohol. 10123, Kan Umantad Falls, Kadapdapan, Kanduay, Bohol. 10124, Mount Kanyao, Bantay, Ilocos Sur. And house number 10125, Tarangban Falls, Tinaplacan, Calbayog, Samar.
To the Committees on Tourism, Environment, and Finance.
House number 9977, providing for the condonation of unpaid obligations in the power consumption of Public Utilities Department, Olongapo City, to the Power Sector Assets and Liabilities Management Corporation.
Committee on Energy, Ways and Means and Finance.
9985, establishing a special economic zone in Sarangani, Davao Occidental, creating for the purpose the Municipality of Sarangani Special Economic Zone Authority, appropriating funds therefore.
To the Economic Affairs Committee, Local Government, Ways and Means and Finance.
Letter from the House informing the Senate that on 20 March 2024, it passed the following House bills in which it requests the concurrence of the Senate. RB 87, resolution of both houses proposing amendments to certain economic provisions of the 1987 Constitution of the Republic of the Philippines, particularly Articles 12, 14, and 16.
To the Committee on Constitutional Amendments and Revision of Codes.
9710, revoking the legislative franchise granted to Suara Sug Media Corporation operating under the business name Sunshine Media Network International, repealing RA number 11422.
To the Committee on Public Services. Second additional
Second additional
reference.
reference to business bills on first reading. Senate number 2648, strengthening the Philippine Coast Guard by introducing policy or organizational reforms. Revising RA number 9993, Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Public Services, Civil Service, Ways and Means and Finance.
2649, providing an option to elected government officials to pay in voluntary contributions to the GSIS to enable them to complete the minimum years of contribution for purposes of availing retirement and other applicable benefits, thereby amending RA 8291, Senator Marcos.
To the Committees on Civil Service, Government Reorg, and Government Corporations and Public Enterprises.
2650, providing for the administrative reform and reorganization of the Philippine Coast Guard, repealing RA 9993, Senator Gatchalian.
Committee on Public Services, Civil Service, Ways and Means and Finance.
2651, strengthening the power and functions of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines to enforce copyright provisions, amending RA 8293, Senator Villanueva.
Committee on Trade and Public Information.
2652, declaring Santa Ana District in Manila Historical Cultural Heritage Zone, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes, Senator Legarda.
To the Committees on Culture and the Arts, Tourism and Finance.
2653, mandating the inclusion of Rizal as a naturalist and medical doctor in the teaching of Rizal in all public and private school, colleges, and universities, amending RA 1425, otherwise known as the Rizal Law, Senator Legarda.
Committees on Basic Education, Higher Technical Vocational Education.
2654, enhancing Philippine tax incentives, amending for the purpose sections 112, 293, 294, 295, 296, 297, 300, 301, 309, 310, and 311 of the NIRC of 1997 as amended, and for other purposes, Senator Gatchalian.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
2655, an act to strengthen the charter of the Philippine National Police Academy as provided under PD 1780 and for other purposes, Senator Estrada.
Committee on Public Order and Finance.
2656, providing for the condonation of unpaid obligations on the power consumption of the Public Utilities Department, Olongapo City to Pisan, Senator Escudero.
To Committee on Energy, Ways and Means and Finance.
Resolutions 1019, directing the appropriate committees of the Senate to conduct an inquiry into reports of the lack of access of overseas Filipinos to government services for the administrative correction of civil registration records in Philippine embassies, Senator Villanueva.
Committee on Foreign Relations.
1020, directing the appropriate Senate committees to conduct an inquiry on the state of international and domestic airports in the Philippines with the end view of easing the burden and inconvenience of the passengers, maintaining world-class airports, boosting tourism, and improving the image of the country in the international community, Senator Zubiri.
To the Committee on Public Services.
1021, directing the Senate Committee on Health and Demography to conduct an inquiry on the need to amend the Universal Health Care Act to mandate the Philippine Health Insurance Corporation to include dental health packages, services, and the provision of dentures in its packages. Senator Tulfo.
The Committee on Health and Demography. Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. President, with some admin matters, with the permission of the body, I move that we proceed to the Senate President's designation of Senate Conference, the Bicameral Conference Committee on the disagreeing provisions of Senate Bill number 2594 and House Bill number 8257, These are the bills on the creation of additional Sharia judicial districts and Sharia circuit courts. I so move, Mr. President.
There being no objection to the motion, they are so designated as Senator Francis Tolentino as chairperson, members of the majority, Senator Ronald Bato de la Rosa, Senator Robin Hood Padilla, Senator Cynthia Villar, and the part of the minority, Senator Risa Ontiveros. So designated. Sharia courts. Okay. In lieu of Senator Risa, the minority floor leader, who is a lawyer, will be part of the bicameral conference committee.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the referral of the privileged speech of Senator Jigo Ercito Estrada entitled Belken's Pharma Scheme Anti-Kickback, delivered on April 29, 2020, and the privileged speech of Senator Rafi Tulfo in support of the subject privileged speech of Senator Estrada, including all the manifestations and interpellations thereon, from the Committee on Rules to the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations as primary committee, and the Committee on Health and Demography as secondary committee. I so move, Mr. President.
There be no objection to the motion. Motion is approved.
Mr. President, with the consent of the body, I move to transfer the primary and secondary committee referrals of Senate Resolution Number 1002, Multi-Level Marketing Scheme in Pharmaceutical Companies, and Senate Resolution Number 1011, Alleged Collusion Between Doctors and Pharmaceutical Companies, both from the Committees on Health, Demography and Civil Service, Government Organization, and Professional Regulation to the Committee on Accountability of Public Officers and Investigations as primary committee, and the Committee on Health and Demography as secondary committee. The aforementioned resolutions are related to the privileged speeches earlier referred to the same committee. I so move, Mr. President.
Yes, there be no objection. Motion is approved. There is, I believe, Senator Bongo, we just want to make a manifestation. He's right there, entering the.
Yes,
Senate.
Mr. President, Senator Bongo.
We'd like to recognize
seeking the floor.
Senator Christopher Bongo.
Mr. President, just a manifestation. We respect the decision of the body. Ang importante dito, we get to the bottom of this matter. We need to search for the truth and at the same time be fair to everybody. That is why, Mr. President, it is crucial to continue this investigation and get to the bottom of this, whether primary or secondary, whether it is the Committee on Health or the Blue Ribbon Committee or any other related committee. Ang importante malaman natin ang totoo. It is the state's mandate to ensure the integrity of our entire public health system and assure our people that those given the privilege to exercise their medical profession remain faithful and true to our laws and their ethical standards. During last week's hearing of the Committee on Health, we also called upon the Department of Health, Food and Drug Administration, FDA, Professional Regulation Commission, PRC, the Securities and Exchange Commission, and the Philippine Competition Commission, PCC, to investigate this scheme. We are pleased to note that according to Secretary Herbosa, a joint investigation is underway. Mr. President, we have to protect the medical profession. Ako mismo, ang anak ko, gusto rin po maging doktor. Ayaw nating makorap ang ating mga anak natin sa ganitong klaseng sistema. This scheme involving rebates or incentives, I fear, may have the tendency to corrupt the ethical principles of the medical profession. Again, Mr. President, kapag incentives or rebates na po ang gagawing prioridad, hindi malalayong makokompromiso po ang welfare ng pasyente. Magiging negosyo o kita na po ang usapan, kaya nga kayo naging doktor para gamutin ang pasyente. Kung ano po makakabuti para sa ating mga pasyente. Mr. President, minsan may natatanggap tayong reports na hindi lang po hindi na po nabibigyan ng priority yung pagpapagamot, no? Kasi yung may hinahabol na ng mga point system at para maabot yung quota. Wala namang masamang magnegosyo. Pero unahin po ninyo ang kalusugan ng mga pasyente, hindi ang mga pharmaceutical companies. We must further investigate the system, allegedly involving Belkens and other entities with a similar scheme. We must also look into the culpability of government agencies mandated to regulate and monitor the practice of medicine and the delivery of health services. Bakit ngayon lang po? Kung noon pa ito umiiral, bakit ngayon lang po ito pumutok? Nagsimula ang Belkens around 2018, 18 years ago na po ito. Kung totoo nga yung aligasyon, bakit nakakalusot po yung ganitong sistema? May pagkukulang ba ang government agencies? Ano ba ang liability ng mga doktor na involved sa nagpa-practice sa government hospitals? That is why it is crucial for the Blue Ribbon to investigate if there is malfeasance, misfeasance, or non-feasance on the part of government agencies. We also have we also have to differentiate this scheme from what is allowed and what is ethical under their code of ethics and our laws. We acknowledge that some companies sponsor continuing medical education of some doctors, which is very important po, not only to them, but to us as well. Kailangan rin pong ma-update rin po sila sa kanilang kaalaman because cascading current and up-to-date medical information means more competent medical service. Ang importante dito, sumunod sa ethical standards at sumunod sa proper disclosure according to our laws and regulations. At napansin ko medyo mababa yung penalty ng ating generics law sa ngayon, no? At importante rito, we must prioritize health over business. For our part, as legislators, we have to make a move to protect the integrity of the medical profession and protect the patients. If we need to craft a law, then we should do it. Ano ba talagang pwede? What is legal? What is ethical? What is modest? At ano mo bang katanggap-tanggap dito without compromising, hindi po masasakripisyo ang kalusugan ng bawat Pilipino. Dahil napaka-importante po para sa akin ang kalusugan ng bawat Pilipino dahil katumbas po yan ng buhay ng bawat Pilipino. If we need to amend current laws, if we need to increase penalties, we should do it. We must set parameters. What is modest, what is legal, what is ethical, and what is acceptable. But ultimately, we have to prioritize health more than anything else dahil buhay po ang nakataya dito. Rest assured that we will listen to the medical community. Handa po kaming makinig sa inyo kung paano natin mas mapaganda pa ang ating current laws. At alam mo, naniniwala pa rin po ako na maraming mga doctors natin, mostly professionals, kaya naman nilang bumili ng sasakyan, kaya po nila yung mga naiulat na naawa po ako dun sa mga doctors na napagbibintangan na kasama sa listahan na hindi naman kasama sa listahan. Meron namang nasa listahan na hindi naman may kasama na hindi naiulat. May nasama doon na hindi naman, wala naman silang kinalaman. Wawa naman yung may kakayahan naman pong bumili ng kanilang sasakyan na pagbibintangan sila. At ako po'y malaki ang aking tiwala sa ating mga doctors. Kaya nga po pinagkatiwala natin sa kanila ang ating buhay. While we continue to uphold the integrity of your profession, such legislation must not impede on your right to earn a decent living through legal and ethical means. This is important to maintain the trust given to our doctors. Buhay po ang pinagkakatiwala natin sa kanila. I know that most doctors are known to be very professionals. Ginagawa rin natin ito dahil gusto nating proteksyonan ang vast majority ng mga doctors natin na matitino po. Walang masamang kumita but not at the expense of people's health. Unahin natin ang kapakanan ng mga pasyente, especially poor and indigent patients. Interes ng tao, interes ng bayan, at ano ang katotohanan. Maraming salamat po, Mr. President.
Maraming salamat, Senator Bongo.
Mr. President, I move that we adjourn the session until 3 o'clock in the afternoon of Tuesday, May 7, 2024.
There being no objection, The session is adjourned till 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Tuesday, May 7, 2024. Have a pleasant and safe evening, everyone.